Welcome once again to Tramore. Action about to get underway for the new year here in Ireland with the David Flynn Construction Maiden Hurdle. And it's a race that's been won by some decent horses over the years. And here is Willie Mullen's representative this time around, Arslan. No Paul Townend today. He's stood down after a fall at Punchestown yesterday. Sean O'Keefe will ride. Arslan finished third to Risk Away at Thurles on his hurdles debut. Was also placed in a bumper at Fairyhouse back in February. Ruby, do you think a race like this is well within his compass?
Yeah, I think he's the only Wooten Bass that we have, Gary. Don't think we have too many more Wooten Basses floating around in Close Sutton, but Arslan started life in a point-to-point where he was second when Johnny Barry rode him, ran in a bumper then for us for Willie last February. He was third behind Kaiser Ball. I think the race is most memorable for the gamble on Stick to the Plan, was it? Part of a big double on that day that went astray, but look, he definitely has come forward for his run at Thurles over 2.5 miles behind Risk Away. Gets in here because he didn't win a bumper with only 11 stone 4, and that's an £8 advantage that he has over his main market rival, which is Gordon Elliott's runner Steed Bonnet. So look, it's an ideal opportunity for him and a nice ride for Sean O'Keefe.
You might have just heard in the background there, number 9 is out of the third race on Vet's advice, Hunter's Girl. More about that anon. Let's see if we can find the horse Ruby was just talking about there, Steed Bonnet, who represents Gordon Elliott here. Stable that continues in unstoppable form. Just on the other side of the parade, number 4, Steed Bonnet, if that is the correct pronunciation, which it probably isn't. Danny Gilligan rides today. He was amongst the winners at Punchestown yesterday. Runner-up at Ayr last time, Steed Bonnet, and is a dual bumper winner. How big a threat do you reckon he might be?
He's definitely a threat, Gary, but because he's a dual bumper winner, well, even if you only need 1-1, he's an £8 penalty here in the Maiden Hurdle at Tramore. 1 bumpers at Clonmel and Bellewstown in June and July. Was disappointing then in Hurdle's debut at the Galway Festival behind Ebony King, but much better run at Ayr. I imagine he went there thinking it might be an easy enough contest, but unfortunately for him, he ran into Upon Tweed, who looked a fairish type, so he does Upon Tweed. That was on real heavy ground, so should be able to handle the underfoot conditions here this afternoon. Looked really well in the paddock. Gordon Elliott's team, I don't think anyone needs me to tell you how well they're going, and that form seems to be continuing. So look, yard form, you'd have to be giving Steve Bonnet the utmost respect, but he does have to give £8 to Arslan, and that can be a huge ask for most horses.
This guy is actually a full brother to Shannon Royale, who we're going to see on the channel today. Runs an valuable handicap chase over at Cheltenham, formerly trained by Gordon Elliott, but these days with Ian Donoghue. Rob Corr owned horse Shannon Royale. Steve Bonnet is younger brother, one of the main players here for our opening contest. Just have a quick look at some of the others. One is Echo Pete, who didn't run particularly well at Clonmel, but that was heavy ground last time. Previous effort at Cork would certainly give him a place chance here, I would have thought.
Yeah, behind William Tell gives him a squeak. Only has a handicap rating of 102, Gary, and look, that can often be enough August, September, October to win a maiden hurdle, but I'd be surprised if a rating of 102 with an £8 penalty would be good enough to win a maiden hurdle on New Year's Day.
The one following on behind is an interesting candidate here. This is number 9, starting out for Paul Nolan today, a horse called Only for Our Man. Had a run in a bumper for Stuart Crawford back in the spring at Tipperary. Ran well that day, was second to Stanner's Glen. Had won a point-to-point and been placed a couple of times between the flags as well. Was entered up somewhere, I think, after that. It might have even been for a different yard, but is starting out for Paul Nolan today. And while he strikes me, Ruby, as a horse that'll probably appreciate going a bit further in time, not a maiden hurdle with a great deal of depth. Could he easily get involved?
No, a very long horse, Gary. Long way from his nose to his tail, which might suit him in if he gets into a photo finish, that bit of length. But Only by Man did have 5 runs in point-to-points. One at Kirkstown, as you said, and he beat Bold Action last November of 24. I think the Northern horses are in pretty good form. Plenty of horses run well, hitting the crossbar more so than winning over the Christmas period. But look, he looks plenty fit, big individual, and that bumper run at Tipperary behind Stanner's Glen isn't too bad.
He did meet a bit of interference at a potentially crucial stage in that Tipperary bumper as well, so that's Only for Our Man. Sean Flanagan rides him as he sets out on a hurling career today. Number 3 after him is Mr. Rango. He's a 3-time winner on the level and rated in the 70s in that discipline these days, but might just be best watch here, I would have thought. What do you reckon?
He's an 8-year-old, Gary. He's had the 2 runs over hurdles in his career, was 6th on both starts, and look, he's a He's a fair campaigner on the flat for Jimmy Barco. Not the biggest individual in the world, and again, because he's a flat winner, same as a bumper, he's saddled with an £8 penalty here.
If we can, there's one more we want to have a look at here. It's number 2. He's actually at the other end of the parade. We might spin around and see if we can find him for you. Etihad, who won on the flat earlier on in the year. 3 wins now, all told, on his CV on the level. Danny Mullen's encouraging booking for this horse, Ruby. Could he get involved here as he switches to hurdles today?
As a squeak, Gary was up as high as a rating of 80 on the flat, was placed behind Slurricane at Galway in October. Slurricane ran well at Fairyhouse at the Royal Bond meeting, but was disappointing in Limerick over Christmas. Definitely has a squeak, but looks like, even though he ran in Dundalk a couple of weeks ago, that was only an okay run behind Boxing Green, and I think you'd have to watch him in hurdling debut.
Jockey's being shortly then for our opener here at Tramore. It's the David Flynn Construction Maiden Hurdle over just shy of 2 miles and a furlong. So a new calendar year of action about to get underway here in Ireland. Horses are on the way down to the start for the first of our 7 races here at Tramore on New Year's Day, and a very warm favourite in the shape of Arslan at 13 to 8 on currently. Sean O'Keefe standing in for the sideline Paul Townend. Prices have just disappeared, but I assume it was Steve Bonnet who was next in the market as we picked them up once again. Steve Bonnet at 16 to 5. But Ruby, the horse we were talking about a little bit earlier on in the parading in some detail, Only for Our Man, quite prominent at 7 to 2. Would you take encouragement from that?
Yeah, I would, Gary. He looked really fit in the paddock. Paul Nolan's horses have been running pretty well, so he couldn't be too against them, and I was happy with him.
Yes, Paul Nolan, as Ruby said, amongst the winners over Christmas. Nick, thanks a lot. They're just arriving down at the start here for the first of our 7 races, and a very warm favourite in the shape of Arslan, who we had a look at in the parade ring earlier on. For those who weren't with us, you exclusively, I think, revealed Ruby's the only Wootton Bassett you have in the article.
I think he is, yeah.
No Wootton Bassett 2-year-olds in the pipeline for this year.
Big exclusive, that, isn't it? Slight change in configuration here at Tramore as well, Gary. The second last hurdle has been removed because of the potential for low-lying sun, and was put around the corner here as they raced away from the winning post. So they would only jump 9 flights of hurdles here instead of 10, which is more than the norm anyway. But as the second last would have been the first, they should have jumped it 3 times. But it's out and around the corner, so they'll only jump it twice, bringing that number down to 9 flights in this particular race. There is Only for Our Man heading to post under Sean Flanagan. He has been the subject of some market support anyway. Gary, how much it is I couldn't really tell you, but he was available at 6 to 1 earlier. He's in now to 4 to 1 where I'm looking, or 16 to 5 even. Decent run in a bumper last May for the Crawfords at Tipperary behind Stanner's Glen. I think the Nolan horses have been running pretty well all over the Christmas period. Haven't been banging in the winners, but they've been definitely hitting the crossbar, and that's a good enough sign for a yard in my eyes.
Yes, Joy of the Tay won for a big price for the Nolans down at Limerick, and Conyers Hill was, I'd imagine, probably going to finish second at worst in the big handicap chase down there, the Tim Duggan, when he tipped up the second last fence. And as Ruby said, several others ran well in defeat also over the holiday season. So an interesting candidate here, Only for Our Man at 7 to 2, challenging for second favouritism now, together with Steve Bonnet from the rampant Gordon Elliott stable. Danny Gilligan rode a winner for the yard at Punchestown yesterday that attracted a fair bit of late market support. What are your thoughts on Steve Bonnet's 2 runs over
I did
hurdles?
think I disappointed maybe at Galway behind Ebony King, but the runner there was much better behind the Pond Tweed of Nicky Richards, who looks a fairish horse upon Tweed, and the third that there, the Crawfords, isn't a bad horse either. So probably above average novice hurdle for Ayr. I think it was on a Monday in December as well, but the only negative for Steve Bonnet is the £8 penalty he has to carry for being the winner of a race, as in he won a bumper. The flat horses have to carry that too, but that is a negative. He has to give £8 to Arslan, whose Fairyhouse run behind Kaiser Ball wasn't too bad, and he should have stepped forward for his maiden hurdle run behind Risk Away. Drops down at 3 furlongs in trip. Hardly a negative for a Wootton Bassett either.
Steve Bonnet is a full brother to a horse called Shannon Royale that we're going to see running at Cheltenham later on, the big handicap chase for Ian Donoghue.
He wants further, doesn't he?
Shannon Royale,
yeah.
thorough stayer, I think.
Thorough stayer would be the word for him, yeah.
Peter O'Hare is our commentator here at Tramore. We're about to get a new year of action underway in Ireland. Let's join Peter.
White flag is raised. Off and racing in the opening event of 2026, the David Flynn Construction Maiden Hurl. Good run to the first flight, just 1 hurl in the straight today. And as they head up the hill, Etihad is prominent in the centre. Also Eco Pete over towards the left, Mr. Rango. Close up towards the near side, both Steve Bonnet and near side with the red sleeves is the favourite Arslan as they come up to pass the judge 2 circuits ahead of them. Vying for the lead, Arslan up on the outside with a narrow advantage. Under Sean O'Keefe in the centre, Steve Bonnet and Danny Gilligan on the rail, Eco Pete and Tiernan Power Roach. This trio about 4 lengths in front of Mr. Rango and Etihad as they head uphill. 2 flights on this side of the course today. And as they jump the first of them, Steve Bonnet in the centre, Arslan the outside, Eco Pete close on the inner. A break to Mr. Rango and Etihad, and behind them is Poppycon, then the pale blue colours of Ballyteague Boy as they make the top turn. And head for flight number 4, directly up to the stands. Less than half a length between the market principals, Steed Bonnet the inside, Arslan the outer with a narrow advantage over it, a couple of lengths. To Eco Pete running third, followed downhill by Mr. Rango. Etihad is towards the outside, a break then of about 3 lengths to Poppycon. Followed on the downhill run by Ballyteague Boy, then Jane Max. And behind Jane Max, the yellow and blue colours towards the outside of Away with the Mixer. Then the green and yellow of Marion Avenue. A further break then of a couple of lengths to Only for Our Man. At the back, both the Cobbler's Wife, and in the red and white colours is Quiet Runs the Dawn as they near the completion of a circuit head across the bottom. Good run to the flight before the stands. On the inside, Steed Bonnet, Danny Gilligan with a narrow advantage over Arslan and Sean O'Keefe. A break of a few lengths to Mr. Rango, Dar O'Keefe in third. Fourth with the white face, the outside Etihad, Danny Mullins. This quartet have moved on from Eco Pete as they come to jump the flight that will be the last one next time. Arslan and Steed Bonnet together, about 6 lengths clear of Etihad jumping up on the outside to go third. Mr. Rango with the orange cap fourth, a clear break then. To Poppycon back in 5th spot, followed up past the judge by Jane Max, and on the outside of Jane Max is Marion Avenue. As they make the turn, head uphill for the final time, 4 flights to jump in the David Flynn Construction Maiden Hurl, and as they reach the 4th last, Arslan. Steed Bonnet the inside, they're clear now by about 8 to Etihad pushed along. Mr. Rango a remote 4th, and then Poppycon as they jump the next. And nearing the turn at the top of the track, not much to choose between the leading pair. Arslan the outside, Steed Bonnet the inner. They're 10 clear of Etihad as they go to the second last flight. Etihad another 4 or 5 lengths in front of Mr. Rango, and alongside is Mr. Rango is Poppycon making a little headway. Behind them, driven along, is Jane Max. They're well strung out, pulled up at the back of the field, both Eco Pete and Ballyteague Bay, as they head downhill with less than half a mile to race and just the 1 flight to jump. Arslan the outside of Steed Bonnet. They're clear by about 15 lengths. Moving through on the outside, Poppycon is edging the 3rd spot over Mr. Rango, and trying to stay on around them is Jane Max as they head across to the elbow that will bring them across to the straight with 1 to jump. Driven along on the inside, Steed Bonnet. Arslan alongside, they're 15 clear of Poppycon, a remote 3rd as they head across. About to begin to climb to the final flight. Arslan and Steed Bonnet fighting it out a long way clear of Poppycon as they head for the final obstacle in the David Flynn Construction Maiden Hurl. Steed Bonnet to the left, Arslan the outside. They're jumping together. Steed Bonnet has gone on a few lengths in front. Arslan finding little in second, a long way clear on the run in. Steed Bonnet and Danny Gilligan going to continue Gordon Elliott's tremendous form. First winner of 2026 for Cullentraw. Steed Bonnet beats Arslan, a long break back to Poppycon, and in 4th spot, Jane Max.
Yes, the new year begins rather as the last one ended for Gordon Elliott, a winner here in the first race at Tramore with Steed Bonnet. And Danny Gilligan ridden very positively, and Arslan was coming off worse going to the final flight, and from that point on only just a case of getting to the other side for Steed Bonnet, which he did. They were the only 2 ever really counted, Ruby, weren't they?
They were. Echo Pete tried to go with them, Gary, for a couple of furlongs and then cried enough, but these 2 went at it hammer and tongs every step of the way, and it was fairly obvious from a long way out that Danny Gilligan believed he was riding the horse with superior stamina, because he just kept poking and prodding down the inside of Sean O'Keefe and sucked him into a protracted duel in a test of stamina. And Steed Bonnet, with that £8 penalty, has outstayed Arslan and pulled away to win comprehensively in the end.
Any excuse for Arslan?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. It was a strongly run contest, and maybe riding the race again, Sean O'Keefe might follow Danny Gilligan, but I'm not saying that would get a different result, Gary. That's just doing something differently. But this was a real protracted duel. Tell you what I did think, though, Gary. I'd say they could leave that extra hurdle in around the corner and put back in the second last hurdle. That's what I thought looking at it. I thought there would be an extra jump, 2 extra jumps. It'd be 12 in a 2 mile hurdle, but it'd be a proper national hunt race, wouldn't it?
That's for sure. See, only for our man just staying on in the closing stages there, he was held up well off the pace and always had a mountain decline, has made some late gains without ever looking like getting to grips with the top 2. But there is our winner, Steve Bonnet, and been a good few days for Danny Gilligan as well, with victory at Punchestown yesterday, and also a couple of winners at the Christmas meeting at Limerick.
Welcome back to Fairyhouse. Good crowd in already, Lisa. The early start and plenty more people coming in. All bodes well for a good day's racing. First race, the Fred Kenny Memorial Mares Hurdle. And Fred Kenny, what a mighty man he was. And of course, Paddy Kenny and his son Frank, both sons, followed him into his hugely successful career as a doctor. And both Paddy and Frank are very much involved on race days. And of course, Paddy putting back our jump jockeys back together again after getting broke up.
Yeah, putting back, I suppose that's a nice way to put it, Kevin. Absolutely, Fred Kenny was a very brilliant surgeon in his day and a big racing enthusiast. He absolutely loved his racing, and great to see his family following in his footsteps. And as you said, Kevin, I've definitely visited Paddy Kenny on a couple of occasions. I'm sure you have as well. And he's a man that is thought of in huge regard in racing, and it's lovely to see his father honoured here today.
Yes, indeed. Now, we've only a small field, only 4 going to post for our opening race, and our long odds-on favourite, barring an accident, Place de la Nation from the Willie Mullen stable, barring an accident, will win.
Yeah, looks that way. She's the standout on paper in this race, Kevin. She's obviously, you go back through her form, and she was 5th to Poneros in the Triumph. She was 2nd, obviously, prior to that to Caroline Bamboo here in the Maiden Hurl, but stepped up to be 5th in the Triumph, and then won in the Hurlist on her seasonal return to action. Albeit it was workmanlike, she had to dig deep and she had to work hard for it. She had stepped up from the 2 mile 1 of the Triumph trip to the 2 mile 6.5 furlongs at Hurlist last day, and she stepped back to the 2 mile trip here today. Official rating 137. Jack Hendy on board. I actually think they'll apply positive tactics here, dropping back in trip.
Yeah, she was running up to her stable companion Caroline Bamboo. That was her first start in Ireland last season. It's interesting now they stepped right up to the extended 2.6 and now dropping back to 2 miles here this afternoon. Now, she should be in a different league to these, but looking at her, she needed every yard of that trip down Thurles the last day.
Yeah, I wasn't overly impressed with her in Thurles,
No.
albeit she got the job done. I think she's much better than her rivals here today, but she's got to go and show that Jack Kennedy is just about to get the leg up for the Willie Mullins team. Unusual jockey booking in itself, but Willie Mullins did win this race last year with Aura Vega.
Yes, okay. We'll just go up to number 2, which is Moody Girl. And she's well named because she took no part in her most recent start. Father Ian Donoghue, Dean's having a fine season, and he's obviously on duty, I'd imagine, at them this afternoon.
Yeah, mare by Dan's stallion. I don't know too much about actually, Kevin, but she's got the red hood on. She's got 2 handlers. She's been a little bit on her toes in the parade beforehand. She's going to be one of the last jockeys to get on board. Jay Smith has the ride here today, taking £5 off her back. I think she's much better than what she showed at Tramore, Kevin. She drops back in trip today. She's drier ground as well. And look, she'll be one who will be eligible for a mark after today's run as well.
And the last one we'll take a look at is number 3, who's just about to leave the parade. And she's kind of magic. Started her career off at Mags Mullins, had 1 run there. Then finished runner-up to Heads Up of John McConnell's, who went on to finish runner-up in the champion bumper at Cheltenham last season, behind Bambino Fever. Then won at Limerick Christmas time and disappointed when running in graded company behind Bambino Fever at Leopardstown back in that graded bumper in February.
Yeah, I do think this one is possibly the one who's going to give the biggest threat to the favourite. Obviously, it's her debut over hurls. She's returning from a break, so she lacks race fitness, she lacks experience. But I think she's much better than that Leopardstown performance in the Grade 2 Mares Bumper when we last seen her. She never factored by any means. She never travelled, and it was too bad to be true. She did make all to win bumper at Limerick on her penultimate performance, and there's been 4 subsequent winners who've come out of that race, Kevin. So that to me alone suggests that she's capable of better than what we've seen of her in her latest start.
Okay, biggest danger to our long odds on favourite Place de la Nation. Runners on the way to the start for our opener, the Fred Kenny Memorial Mares Hurdle. Yes, runners making their way down to the 2 mile start ahead of our opening race of the afternoon, the Fred Kenny Memorial Mares Hurdle, which will be running glorious sunshine. Hard to believe it's the 1st of January, and hard to believe what the ground is called yielding ground for this time of year.
Yeah, it's quite surprising, Kevin. Obviously, we had plenty of rain a couple of weeks ago, but the ground has dried up. And I'm just hoping with the sun that's out there, Kevin, we don't have much cloud cover around. So I'm just hoping that none of the obstacles will be eliminated. But I suppose we'll see how things pan out and work out for the first race here. But we have a small field, and obviously we have a very hot favourite in the Willie Mullins charge, Place de la Nation, a filly by Mass Marvel, 5th in the Triumph. Obviously won at Thurles the last day. I don't think either of us were overly impressed by what we've seen of her at Thurles, but yet again she probably sets a fine standard here compared to the opposition that she's up against.
She does indeed. As we were just saying, we'll have a look at these in the parade ring. Willie started her off over the extended 2-6 for her first run of the season, and now drops markedly back to the minimum trip today.
Yeah, which is unusual enough. Maybe they felt that she maybe needed to step up in trip for Thurles. Maybe they felt that. I just thought at Thurles she looked workmanlike.
She did, and looked like she needed every yard of that trip. Yeah.
And every length, the whole length of the straight to get up on the line, because she was kept honest by Diva Bariva on the day. And I imagine you can see Jack Kennedy by the way he's lining up down the start. I know it's a small field. She, to me, is the best horse in the race. And the fact she's dropping back in trip, I'd imagine Jack's going to apply positive tactics and ride her like the best horse in the race. That official rating of 137 gives a bit of context to the race. She's a kind of magic, I think, is well worth mention. I thought to my eye looked pretty fit in the parade ring. She lacks experience over hurls, this being her debut effort, and she does lack. She lacks a recent run, this being her seasonal return to action. But the bumper win in Limerick, there's been loads of winners have come out of that, and I think the run at Leopardstown when we last seen her at the Dublin Racing Festival was way too bad to be true. I think she's capable of much better.
And a cracking runner 3 runs ago when she was runner-up to Heads Up. Now, there was no runner-up that day. Heads Up won 24 lengths on that occasion. He went on and finished runner-up to Bambino Fever. But she is getting the guts of a stone nearly off her long odds-on favourite, Place de la Nation.
Yeah, she is, absolutely. So Owen Finnegan takes £7 off her back. He had a great day in Leopardstown the other day, winning aboard Pat Collins' horse, Champagne Kid.
Yes, that was a wonderful story.
Brilliant story for Pat Collins and his son Sean as well, who do extremely well with the small team of horses that they have. And then the other runner that we have in this, Talis Kira, from a flatbred family, debut over hurls. Paddy O'Brien takes £5 off. She looks up against it, Kevin, considering what she's achieved so far.
Yeah, she does indeed. Moody Girl, another one as well, has been placed on 2 of her 3 starts and was very disappointed. Now, Tramore, you were on at me that day. She never picked up the bridle at all at any stage. Right, flag is raised. Let's go up to Jerry for the opening race here at Fairyhouse on New Year's Day.
Off. In the Mares Hurdle, run in memory of the late Fred Kenny. It's over a trip of 2 miles. It is Place de la Nation who leads. Moody Girl, she's a kind of magic, and the outsider of the 4, Talis Kira, flight 1. In the lead is Place de la Nation, a mistaken loss by Talis Kira, and finds herself further adrift. Coming up to pass the winning post, the leader is Place de la Nation and Jack Kennedy, followed by She's a Kind of Magic and Owen Finnegan. Forging into second place ahead of Moody Girl and James Smith with the back marker. And tagging on once again is Talis Kira and Paddy O'Brien. Turning away from the stands to flights 2, 3 and 4. In the lead is Place de la Nation from She's a Kind of Magic. Moody Girl, and 4th of the 4 is Talis Kira. Setting their sights on the second flight. The leader is Place de la Nation. Jumped it well, increased her advantage to over 2 lengths. From Moody Girl, who's just regained second from She's a Kind of Magic, and the back marker is Talis Kira. Reaching flight number 3, Place de la Nation, followed by She's a Kind of Magic, who jumped back into second ahead of Moody Girl, and another slight mistake by Talis Kira, the back marker of the quartet. Over the 4th they go. Place de la Nation is quick at her flight. Heads up to the 10 furlong point, leading She's a Kind of Magic, Moody Girl and Talis Kira. Turning right-handed at the top of the track. quite a run before they reached the next flight, which was well past the halfway stage. The leader is Place de la Nation by a length to She's a Kind of Magic, 3/4 of a length back to Moody Girl in third, and 2 lengths off them. In fourth and last place is Talis Kier. Almost at the halfway stage in the Fred Kenny Memorial Mares Hurdle. And they're pretty much in single file now. Place de la Nation, followed by She's a Kind of Magic, Moody Girl and Talis Kier. 7 furlongs to go. 4 more flights left to jump. Place de la Nation. Almost joined by She's a Kind of Magic. Sitting a length behind him in third is Moody Girl, and still the back marker is Talis Kier. Continuing this run to the 4th last flight. Place de la Nation by half length, followed by She's a Kind of Magic, Moody Girl and Talis Kier. Inside the final 3/4 of a mile, with 3 more flights left to jump. Place de la Nation, rejoined by She's a Kind of Magic as Talis Kier edges into third from Moody Girl. 3 left to jump. Place de la Nation and Jack Kennedy on the inside of She's a Kind of Magic and Owen Finnegan. Running around on the approach to 3 out Talis Kier. And Paddy O'Brien on the inside is Moody Girl and James Smith. Running back for home on the final 2 flights. It's Place de la Nation on the inside, fractional leader from She's a Kind of Magic, Moody Girl and Talis Kier. And 2 by 2 as they run back for the final 2 flights. Place de la Nation by a neck. She's a Kind of Magic, now pushed along in second. Talis Kier round the outside of Moody Girl. Coming towards the second last, Place de la Nation over from She's a Kind of Magic, followed by Talis Kier and Moody Girl, and passing their point of departure and easing on is Place de la Nation from She's a Kind of Magic, who's struggling to go with the long odds on favourite Place de la Nation at the final flight, and she's over. From second place, She's a Kind of Magic, pulling well clear of the other pair. And into the closing stages of the Fred Kenny Memorial Mares Hurdle. It's no more than a piece of work for Place de la Nation as she returns Jack Kennedy to the top of the jockey's table. Second is She's a Kind of Magic, with Talis Kier just holding third from Moody Girl.
Willie Mullins, Jack Kennedy, Chickenstown House stud, and a rare ride for Jack Kennedy. Partner their first team up for their first winner. All getting a score sheet, sorry, for the first winner in 2026. Fairly straightforward for Place de la Nation, who returned 16-1 on.
Yeah, it was also simple, Kevin. The race unfolded as I assumed it would, as in Jack Kennedy made good use of this mare who was dropping back in trip. She had the experience, and she'd obviously proved that she can stay the 2 mile 6 trip in Thurles like she did the last day when she was workmanlike. It was much, much easier for her today. She was much the superior on the day. Obviously, colours that we know Jack Kennedy to be renowned for walking back into the winner's enclosure, but for a trainer who unusually we don't often see Jack Kennedy riding for, but lovely kick off the day to a good start for Jack Kennedy and for Willie Mullins. It was also easy for this mare, but I mean, it was good run by the second horse back. Lacked experience, lacked race fitness. Good run by her back in second, but I think the strength and the depth of the race, probably, Kevin, she was much the superior on the day, and against these kind of rivals, she's been able to stamp her class.
She has. She's now 2 from 5. Over hurdles as well, dropping back to the minimum trip. It's been very workmanlike when winning on her seasonal reappearance over the extended 2-6 at Thurles, and basically nothing to learn today, only that she jumps extremely well.
No, I wonder, does it suggest that maybe she's more comfortable at this trip, making good use of her ability, Kevin, jumping and going forward. I was more impressed by that today than I was of her maiden hurl win, to be honest.
She was taking on far inferior
rivals
opposition
today. Yeah, but still, all in all, it was to my eye, it was a much better performance compared to the maiden hurl performance back in Thurles, and she returns at a pretty short price for Jack Kennedy, Willie Mullins. I'm not sure what the rest of the season and how it will unfold for her, but she'll have much tougher opposition lying ahead in the future.
Very much so. Well, she's got the job done in effortless fashion. Plenty of positives taken out of the second fillies run. She's entitled to come forward. I know she looked fit in the parade ring, but it is her first run since February of last season.
Yeah,
of last year.
loads of positives to be taken from her performance. You know, she is an 8-year-old, just after turning 8, obviously a filly by Mahler, who's a bumper winner, and I do think that she's capable of winning in Mare's company over hurls in the not too distant future for Anthony McCann and Owen Finnegan on board today. But this is a nice kick-off to the start of the day for Jack Hendy, Willie Mullins.
And you were telling me this is Jack Hendy's second winner. If I was here till next year, I wouldn't have got it. So
I stand to be corrected, Kevin. I'm nearly sure Jack Kennedy rode a flat handicap winner when he was an apprentice for Willie Mullins on Clondor Warrior. I stand to be corrected now, but I'm sure Jack will be able to correct you on that.
We'll see in a few moments' time. Well done, Lisa.
Last week, I would venture that he's still a well handicapped individual.
So would I. Looked a little unlucky at that was down Fierce Handay, and Kentucky Beach has gone up £3 for that place run behind Fierce Handay at Fairyhouse. Had run really well behind Well You Know and a novice handicap hurdle at Gorn prior to that. Now that said, has risen £6 for those 2 runs and hasn't managed to win, but Philip Rothwell's horse is in really good form. This horse looks really strong yet fit in the paddock, and runs in the colours of Lara Byrne, who I'm sure would be, runs in the Carella Syndicate, but they're very similar to the colours that Hardy Useless carried many moons ago. But yeah, he looks well, this horse, and he'd be on the short list for me as well, Gary, along with Captain Ryan Matt.
Definitely. He, as Ruby said, he has gone up £3 for that Fairyhouse run, but he was 12 lengths clear of the third horse that day. You wanted to have a look at
four. Jupiter de Geet, making stable debut for Tommy Cooper, formerly with Gary Moore, of course. Jupiter de Geet, hard horse maybe to get a handle on, but looks really well in the paddock. Love to see him with the rug off, just to see how straight he is. Hasn't run since February time, but I think he could be of interest, Gary, if he was fit and ready.
And the horse behind's another one who's starting out for a new yard today, Black Soul, who won a maiden hurdle at Down Royal back in the spring. Black Soul, number 6 here, who's going to be ridden by local jockey Sean Queally, I think it is, for Conor Houlihan, who's basing himself down in this part of the world as well. Only had his first runner, I think, at Leopardstown the other day, Conor Houlihan.
That's right,
One to keep an eye on?
It is. One to keep an eye on, Gary. He's a pretty big price in the market. He's a 35 to 1 shot, so probably like to see a little bit of market support for Black Soul, but looks fit and well. That said, the last couple of starts would be hard to make a case for Black Soul off.
So back here at Tramore, they are on the way down to the start for our second race, and obviously a big fancy here for trainer Philip Rothwell in the shape of Kentucky Beach, but joint favourite currently with Captain Ryan Matt. Kentucky Beach looking for a breakthrough win with Tiernan Power Roach once again in the saddle today. And Captain Ryan Matt bidding to double his own tally. They dominate the market. It's 8-1 bar those, brings in Ricardo Brel and Jupiter Dugit. We had a look at those in the parading. Actually, just before them at 15-2 is Luminous Light. And then we're into double figure prices bar those. We saw most of them in the preliminaries, Ruby. Anything amongst the others that you think could get involved?
No, just more so, Gary, what way they're doing it here tactically at the start, or what you perceive to be is going to be where they line up at the start. The Red Hood has just come off Ricardo Barral, but it does look like Luke Dempsey is going to be very prominent on Fighting Fit, who's keeping tabs with Captain Ryan Matt and a Luminous Light as they walk around. And on the very left of shot is Kentucky Beach, who when they turn will find themselves on the inside under Tiernan Power Roach. But Luminous Light, or not Luminous Light, Fighting Fit's a big price and does look like he's going to be competitively ridden here for a horse with a much higher chase mark.
It looks as though plenty of these are keen to take a piece of the early action. Ross O'Sullivan, who was amongst the winners over the Christmas period, is represented here by Beautiful Chaos right down at the foot of the weights with Danny Gilligan bidding for a quick double. Winner on the flat, but overall pretty poor wins to runs race. You see Tara O'Keefe actually giving Sean Flanagan, or trying to give him a bit of a dig out there with Luminous Light, trying to lead the horse across, but this is a familiar scene we're looking at.
Yeah, it is, but you'd often do that if you're riding the opposition against a horse like this, Gary, because the more he messes, the longer it delays you at the start as well.
Sean Flanagan, someone else trying to help him out. Danny Gilligan now, I think it is, has gone across. But Luminous Light, temperamental individual, and he's had to be dismounted now, and he doesn't look too concerned about moving towards the starting tape.
No, and he has 20 seconds to the start of this race, and that's about all the time I'd be giving him.
And his price has just gone from 15-2 into 11-2. Funny that, eh?
I'm not sure they're watching these shots. They must be watching the live channel.
Bigger Rule 4 now if he comes out, though, isn't it?
I wouldn't have copped that. Now, there's an education for me. I never even thought of that.
He's just gone back to 6-1 now. It doesn't look as though...
Is it a different Rule 4 if he's withdrawn before they're under orders? There's a stupid question now.
Different Rule 4 to what?
Like, they haven't come under starters' orders yet. So if he's withdrawn now...
No, the Rule 4 will be whatever price he is when he's taken out. And he's gone back to 6-1 now, so it won't be as penal if that proves to be the price at which he's withdrawn at. If he is withdrawn, Sauter looks as though he hasn't quite given up on him as yet. And Beautiful Chaos is on his way back, but there's no sign, on her way back I should say, but there's no sign of Luminous Light. He will have to get off the track though before they can let him off. And he's not showing much interest in doing that either, to be honest.
Unless they send down a horse box for him, Gary, he's not going to come off the track.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Nick. It's a familiar tale with this horse. He is a temperamental individual, and at the moment doesn't appear to have much interest in playing ball, to be perfectly honest. Luminous Light.
I think, Gary, not to butt across you, the most interesting point you were making here is we were on extra. So before these shots came on of Luminous Light standing, he was a 15-2 shot. He comes on, planted himself, and he went into 11-2. You were alluding to the difference in the Rule 4 involved in that. But like from the time the shots came on, this horse could only have gone one way. Or should only have gone one way in the betting, yet he completely went the other.
Exactly. Now he has edged back to 6-1, and if that's the price at which he's withdrawn at, and it's looking increasingly likely he is going to be withdrawn, then it won't make any difference. But we'll obviously have to wait for official confirmation if and when that proves to be the case. This man here is giving it a good go. Try and persuade him to move at the very least. He has been withdrawn now, but he's going to have to get off the track as well, so they can't start this race until he gets out of where he is. And as you said, bar sending a horse box down from, there doesn't appear to be
I'd say now it'd be easier to pull the
another
Titanic.
way out.
Be easier to pull the Titanic off the bottom of the Atlantic than pull him down that hill.
So not ideal on a busy day when we've got a lot of action hot on the heels of one another. But Luminous Light holding up proceedings here, as is his wont. Shame, because he is a talented horse. He won at Punches 10 2 starts back and ran pretty well in a handicap chase at Newbury last time. Your idea of the winner here, Ruby?
I like Captain Ryan, Matt Gary. Thought he had 2 promising runs in handicaps for Henry de Bromley. He has course and distance winning form here in August. He's going up the hill to get him off the track. There's no way he was coming down. He might race left-handed around Tramore, Luminous Light. He's not going to race right-handed.
He doesn't have too much further to go, thankfully, before he'll be out of harm's way. And I think the starter recognises that. Looks as though he's about to dispatch the runners for our second race here. Flag's about to go up. Let's go to Peter O'Hare.
White flag now raised. Off and racing, going without Luminous Light for the Jimmy Shanahan Memorial Handicap Hurl, heading across to the elbow that'll bring them up the straight to flight number 1, disputing the early lead. Market Principles, Captain Ryan Matt and the grey Kentucky Beach towards the inside as they come to jump the first. Kentucky Beach the inner, Captain Ryan Matt in the white and red, close up in the blue and pink is Jupiter Duguit. Fighting Fit just behind them with My Gaffer to the outside. And over to the inner is Too Far East is West, just ahead of Icard Obrel. Behind them as they make the turn to flight number 2 is Beautiful Chaos. Outside that one, Black Soul, bringing up the rear, Duke Otto. At flight number 2, Kentucky Beach, led from Captain Ryan Matt, just about a length between them. They're followed to flight number 3 by Jupiter Duguit, Fighting Fit and My Gaffer, Icard Obrel the outside. Towards the inside, Too Far East is West. And the final trio as they make the top turn, Beautiful Chaos, Black Soul and Duke Otto. Going to the flight opposite the stands, number 4, Kentucky Beach and Tiernan Power Roach in the lead by a couple of lengths to Captain Ryan Matt in second under Darrow O'Keefe. On the outside, Jupiter Duguit and Cian Quirk. A length and a half away then to Fighting Fit Luke Dempsey, followed downhill by My Gaffer Michael Keneally on the outside of Icard Obrel and Owen Sexton. A break of over 3 lengths to Beautiful Chaos and Danny Gilligan. Behind that one, Too Far East is West, who's lost a few places under John Ahern. Black Soul towards the back under Sean Queally. And the back marker in the red and grey, Duke Otto and Gary Noonan, as they're about to swing right-handed, completing a circuit and heading across to flight number 5 on the uphill run in the straight. Kentucky Beach, tracked by Captain Ryan Matt. Towards the outside, Jupiter Duguit. The inside with the white cap is Fighting Fit. The next trio, My Gaffer to the outside, Beautiful Chaos. The inner between them, Icard Obrel. A break of a few lengths to the last 3. Black Soul. Towards the inside, Too Far East is West. And to the outer, Duke Otto. As they head up the straight for the second time, still a circuit ahead of them. Jumping the flight in front of the stands, Kentucky Beach led. Captain Ryan Matt close in third, Jupiter Duguit. They're closely followed on the inner by Fighting Fit. The green cap of Icard Obrel. The outside in green and yellow is My Gaffer. They're tracked by Beautiful Chaos. A break of about 3 to Black Soul. A similar gap to Duke Otto, who is relegated Too Far East is West to be the back marker. Kentucky Beach ran off the bend, but retains a narrow advantage as they jump the 4th last flight. Now headed by Captain Ryan Matt, who goes on. Jupiter Duguit landed second. Kentucky Beach rallying on the inside in third, Fighting Fit chasing them with Icard Obrel and Beautiful Chaos. My Gaffer, Slight Mistake, Black Soul. Then Duke Otto clear of Too Far East is West. As they head to the flight on the far side is the second last, Captain Ryan Matt, by over a length. Goes on from Jupiter Duguit. They've quickly gone about 5 in front of a driven along Kentucky Beach. Fighting Fit is next. Beautiful Chaos tries to make some headway on the inside of Icard Obrel, and they're cleared of Black Soul. Then Duke Otto, Too Far East is West. Trailing the field now is Too Far East is West as they continue downhill over 3 furlongs to race, heading to the elbow that'll bring them across the bottom of the track before they climb to the final flight. Captain Ryan Matt by a length. Jupiter Duguit second. A break of 4 lengths to Beautiful Chaos up on the outside going third. The grey Kentucky Beach struggling in fourth, staying on from the back around the outside, Duke Otto, and then Fighting Fit. But Captain Ryan Matt opens up and goes 4 or 5 clear. Back in second is Jupiter Duguay. Beautiful Chaos stays on the outside, but running uphill on the approach to the final flight in the Jimmy Shanahan Memorial Handicap Hurl. Captain Ryan Matt is clear. Good battle on for the minor money, but Captain Ryan Matt over the last and clear. Beautiful Chaos into second. Jupiter Duguay third. Less than 100 yards to race. It's the first winner of the new year for Henry de Bromhead and Darragh O'Keefe. Captain Ryan Matt by a wide margin. Beautiful Chaos second. Jupiter Duguay third. Duke Otto stays on for fourth, ahead of Fighting Fit.
Versatile sort of 12. Really, once his market rival Kentucky Beach cut out, that was half the battle, I think, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, Gary. Kentucky Beach ran off the bend here, which is on the steepest part of the track, and when you lose momentum there, it's very hard to regain it. Captain Ryan Matt took over, absolutely pinged what should be the third last, but is the second last today, and coasted down the hill. Jupiter the Geet, who faded on the climb to the last hurdle, has shaped well for a long way for Tom Hogan, and Ross O'Sullivan's Beautiful Chaos plugged away to finish second, but when Captain Ryan met the rising ground and extended here, it was pretty much a one-horse race, but great jump at the downhill hurdle put him on the front foot, and from there on he was always going to take a bit of passing.
Beautiful Chaos did make some late gains, and Jupiter Duguay, you were keen to highlight that one beforehand. Definite promise, wasn't it, there, after obviously things had gone awry over fences for his previous year.
And you know, back over hurdles after a long layoff, he did look like he got tired there on the rising ground. Fighting Fifth was plugging away under Luke Dempsey, and the grey down the inside was Kentucky Beach. The one in red on the outside, Duke Otto, looked like half a down the hill, like he was coming with a bit of a wet sail to get into placings, but his effort petered out. But there's Darragh O'Keefe in the ring with the local trainer Henry de Bromhead. They had a great 2025, and they'll be hoping 2026 is somewhat similar.
Plenty of chances to come for Darragh on the card this afternoon. He's on Pookie Holler for Henry in the next, and of course Hartwood in the big race later on.
Sean Dial, and his comeback run. That's not a bad horse of Andy Slattery's that won that day at Parnell Street. To me, he looked like a horse who would appreciate when he steps further up in trip, but he's entitled to come forward from his first run fitness-wise as well this season. Yeah,
I couldn't agree anymore. I thought he almost looked as if he possibly looked as if he'd appreciated a step up in further, as you mentioned, Kevin, at Clonmel. I thought he just got hit. He hit a flat spot and maybe just kept on at the one pace after that. Albeit he should improve for that experience under his belt. I'm interested to see how he can handle the drier ground, because I think the 3.5 furlong on testing ground in Clonmel would have paid more to his benefit than the likes of drier ground today.
Jack Kennedy saying to me after the first race as well, he thought it was more good to yielding than yielding ground also.
Yeah,
road like to him.
Yeah, interesting that Jack thinks that the ground is quite dry out there, so we have to see how effective he can be on it.
OK, let's pan back to number 5. Willie Mullins' runner. Willie's bidding for an opening race. Double Emerald Poet. Hard to equate English bumper form. This horse won a bumper at Plumpton back in April under Brian Hayes, but it's worked out really well. 5 winners have come out of that race, individual winners, including the runner-up, Le Beau Madric of Dan Skelton's.
Absolutely, yeah. That bumper win was in April. I thought he settled well. I thought he lugged left up the home straight. To me, he looked quite raw, actually, and it took him a while to go down through the gears. But when he hit the line, he was probably well on top at the line. As you said, the form has worked out quite well. He does return after a break today to make his debut over hurl, so he lacks experience compared to the likes of a Spinning a Yarn and a couple of others in this, Kevin. But nonetheless, he's got to be a big player here.
Okay, 2 behind him then is number 6, which is good deal. Hood's left off today. He bounced out. He made all to win the bumper here on this corresponding card last season for a local trainer in Paddy McGee. Needs to jump a bit better though than what we've seen of him on his 2 starts over hurdles so far.
Yeah, he does. He's a potential pace angle. He's got the hood left off today. He made all to win a bumper at 20-1, and the form was probably mixed signals from that bumper, but he was runner-up on his debut over hurls. He didn't back that up then here at Fairyhouse when he was dropped back to the 2-mile trip on softer ground. The hood is left off today. He's back up in trip, which I think is a positive, and I think the drier ground should definitely be an advantage to him because he's got form on it.
Okay, and the last one we're going to have a look at as the jockeys get up on the runners ahead of our second is number 16. Big player here, Treasure Memory from the Tony Martin stable. Dan King on board. He was runner-up in a pint to Apache Tribe, who's subsequently has won. He won a bumper, I think, at Listowel, didn't he, at the Harvest Festival back in September for trainer Noel Kelly. And both of his runs over hurdles have been, his run over hurdles behind each of their own at Galway was a decent run, and then was third and reverting back in a bumper to a Punchestown to what looks a very smart horse of Martin Brazel's. It's only a game.
Yeah, he's a good-looking type. He's got that fluffy noseband on as well. Obviously, he was 33-1 when he was runner-up over hurls on his racecourse debut at Galway. That was over the 2-mile trip. I think he just lacked a gear back in bumper company at Punchestown the last day. Back over hurls today, up in trip as well. I definitely think he's a leading player here. Dan King just about to get the leg up. I think the fact he's stepping up in trip will really suit him as well. So he's a major contender here for the Tony Martin team.
He looks fantastic as well. Great skin in him, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, hard to probably get a proper look at him with that net rogue on, but from what we can see, Kevin, he's turned out really well. Flashy, fluffy noseband on him as well, and I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with here.
Runners on the way to the start ahead of our second race of the afternoon here on New Year's Day at Fairyhouse, the Easter Festival. Early bird tickets on sale now. Maiden hurdle. Yes, runners last to leave the Predring is number 2 on the outsiders, Better Times. Sonny Carey, who's had a good couple of weeks as well. Latest winner at Leopardstown, his first of his career at Leopardstown. Another winner yesterday evening, winning the bumper. had a bumper winner also a couple of weeks ago. Better Times, one of the outsiders, Ricky Dial on board, will be the last to leave the parade ahead of her second race of the afternoon, and even money favourites, 14, Spinning a Yarn.
Yeah, top of the market at the moment, Spinning a Yarn. He comes up against a couple of other bumper winners, two of which of those are making their seasonal return to action, and one of those making a debut over hurled in the Willie Mullins Charge Emerald Poet. But Spinning Yarn, the benefit of experience under his belt, the benefit of race fitness as well, but he's got to prove how effective he can be on these drier ground conditions. As you said, that in shot is obviously better timed heading down to the start, Kevin. First time hood on him today. He's got to jump much better than what he did at Thurles the last day. But Sonny Carey, as you said, he had a really good end to 2025. He'll be looking to kick off 2026 with a good start. But this horse is a bit of a big price at, what is he, 80 to 1.
80 to 1. Yes, indeed. Watching brief, best advice today. Even money fair, Spinning a Yarn. Listening to you, you're not overly convinced. You're worried about the ground?
Slightly. I wouldn't be surprised if he won, Kevin. I probably wouldn't be surprised if he was defeated either. I would be surprised if he's out of the first 3 or 4. I think he's well capable of running a solid race. I think he's entitled to step forward. He's entitled to improve. He's got plenty on his side. And I'd be disappointed if he didn't put in a good show. I think there's a couple in there that are possibly capable of showing better than what we've seen of them so far. Treasure Memory being one of those. Emerald Poet of Willie's has been a little bit negative in the market. Good deal of the Paddy McGee yard. Looks like he's actually lining up in the middle of them, Kevin. I thought he potentially could have been a pace angle. He looks like he's going to drop in. And one worth giving a mention to is Gordon's other charge, Carol Miller on board, Reckless. A horse that ran respectable on hurling debut behind Skylight Hustle the last day, but was beaten 42 lengths.
Yes, was indeed. Carol Miller taking the 5 off. I think he was amongst the winners over Christmas as well. Going back to Willie's, Emerald Poet. Hard to, as we were saying, looking at them walking around the parade ring, equating English bumper form. But that Plumpton race, 5 individuals have come out of that win, that bumper that day. But as you say, he is a little bit friendless in the market. Tony Martin's horse is intriguing, though, Treasure Memory.
Yeah, he is, absolutely. Just back to Emerald Poet. That Plumpton win was on good ground, so he should have no problem on today's ground. And I'm not surprised to see him step up in trip, because I thought for one of Willie's, it took him a while to go down through the gears. I thought he looked pretty raw and possibly inexperienced, I suppose, coming up the home straight in Plumpton. He had to work quite hard, but he was well on line at the top, well on top at the line where it mattered, and the form's been working out quite well. But I won that just, I suppose, gains plenty of interest for me is Treasure Memory. Made a decent impression over hurls on his debut effort. Bumper Company in Punchestown, I just thought he lacked a gear. I thought he ran credible. Furlong and a half from home, he was poised to challenge and he just failed to pick up. Whereas I think back over hurls, stepping up in trip, I definitely think that he's capable of running a really solid race here, and I think he's one that's a leading player.
Yes, and he was only beaten, roughly 4 lengths by what looks a smart horse, well supported as well in the market beforehand. Martin Brazel's a bumper winner that day. Good deal back to him. Needs to jump a bit better than his 2 runs over hurdles thus far.
Yeah, he does. Look, you can't knock him either, because he's a previous bumper winner here at this track, and a good run on his debut over hurls here at Fairyhouse as well back in April. But he failed to back that up, dropping back in trip with the first time hood on. I suppose he's returning to action today for Paddy McGee. Hood left off today, back up in trip. That's surely going to be of benefit to him. But it's interesting that Connections look as if they're going to drop him in. Maybe they're hoping to potentially get him settled, Kevin, and get him jumping. And I'm sure he's potentially going to step forward with this experience with this seasonal debut under his belt. But nonetheless, he's a horse that is capable of winning a bumper in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the shake-up.
Okay, we're gone nearly 2 minutes over post time, but Better Times has arrived down at the start. He's in there in the middle of the pack, walking around. So
I wonder, are we looking at a couple of the Sun, maybe, possibly?
That could be it. Or maybe they're waiting for the race in Cheltenham to finish as well.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That could be another side of it too. Might have asked for the 2 minutes, but so we're a little bit in the dark here. Starter is on his rostrum. Yeah, must be waiting for Cheltenham
Yeah,
to
here we
finish.
go.
Flags raised. Let's get up to Jerry.
2.5 miles to go. The Easter Festival early bird tickets on sale now. Maiden Hurdle. Straight into the lead goes Spinning a Yarn, followed by Emerald Poet and Patsy's Pride, and then Reckless, Treasure Memory. Behind them is Lenny's Lawn, Rough and Smooth. Good Deal next, and these are followed by Jesse James Howard as they approach the first flight. The first of 10. The leader is Spinning a Yarn, followed by Emerald Poet and Patsy's Pride alongside as they turn into the home straight for flights 2 and 3. These are tracked by Treasure Memory, Reckless, Good Deal, Lenny's Law next, and then Any Chance, and Gangster Granny, Walking the Clouds and Rough and Smooth, and Jesse James Howard. On the inside is Better Times, followed by Deja Crystal, and Clash Gold is next. After them is Danny the Champ, Royal Soldier, That's My Roadie. Entering their final 2 miles, they're making tracks to flight number 3. Spinning a Yarn, the leader, with a reduced advantage, however, over Patsy's Pride, Emerald Poet, and then Treasure Memory, Reckless, Good Deal. Lenny's Law next, and then Any Chance, Gangster Granny and Walking the Clouds and Better Times, Rough and Smooth, and Jesse James Hart and Deja Crystal and Danny the Champ, Clash Gold, Royal Soldier, and trailing the field by 3 to 4 lengths is That's My Roadie. Passing the judge, having jumped 3. Spinning Yarn and Jack Kennedy lead by 2 lengths to Patsy's Pride, Paddy O'Brien in second. Third is Emerald Poet and Brian Hayes. Shading the fourth on the inside as they go uphill is Treasure Memory, Daniel King, and then Reckless, Carl Miller. Good Deal next, then Lenny's Law and Any Chance and Walking the Clouds. On the inside, Gangster Granny, then Better Times and Jesse James Howard, Rough and Smooth. Stayed there by Good Deal. On to the next, it's Spinning Yarn. In front from Flagfall, leads by over 2 lengths to Patsy's Pride, Emerald Poet, Treasure Memory, Reckless. Way off to the left there, Good Deal. As they go to the last in this line, bringing them towards the halfway stage. The Easter Festival early bird tickets on sale now, Maiden Hurdle. Spinning a Yarn up to the bend at the halfway stage, followed by Patsy's Pride, Emerald Poet. Just moving into 4th is Reckless from Treasure Memory. 3 lengths to Good Deal, and another 3 to Lenny's Law and Deja Crystal, Clash Gold and Any Chance, and then Better Times. And they're being followed down the far side by Walking the Clouds. And on the inside, Gangster Granny with Jesse James Howard, Danny the Champ, Rough and Smooth, Royal Soldier, and detached is That's My Roadie. 4 flights left to jump. Spacing out this field is Spinning a Yarn. Upholds a lead of 2 lengths over Patsy's Pride and then Emerald Poet. Very few changes up front, and Reckless and Treasure Memory. Good Deal next. And after them is Lenny's Law. 4 left to jump. Spinning a Yarn by a length to Patsy's Pride, who's cut the margin in half, and then Emerald Poet, Reckless, Treasure Memory, Good Deal, Clash Gold, Lenny's Law, Any Chance. On the outside is Deja Crystal, then Better Times, and Jesse James Hart, and Rough and Smooth, and Gangster Granny, and Walking the Clouds, and Danny the Jam. At the end of a circuit, 3 more flights to jump, 5 furlongs to go, and it is Spinning a Yarn, followed by Patsy's Pride, Emerald Poet, Reckless, and then Treasure Memory, Good Deal, written along next. 3 to jump. The flight, which is homeward bound, Spinning a Yarn into it, measured it well from Patsy's Pride, and then Emerald Poet, Reckless, Treasure Memory, running round the home turn with 2 left to jump. Spinning a Yarn, Patsy's Pride and Emerald Poet continuing the leading 3. Then Reckless, at the back of them is Treasure Memory, 2 lengths to Good Deal and Lenny's Law, with a further break to Any Chance and Better Times. Spinning a Yarn has re-established an advantage of 2 lengths, followed in now by Emerald Poet. Patsy's Pride falls back, and then Treasure Memory over the second last. It's Spinning a Yarn from Emerald Poet, and then Treasure Memory, Reckless, Good Deal, Patsy's Pride continues to weaken, passed by Lenny's Lawn, then Better Times. One left to jump. It is Spinning a Yarn, being followed by Treasure Memory, Emerald Poet and Reckless on the outside. This is the final flight. Spinning a Yarn is over and has widened the lead to stable companion Reckless, who's doing best of the rest, and then Treasure Memory and Emerald Poet. But it is Spinning a Yarn making all. In the Easter Festival early bird tickets on sale now. 2.5 mile maiden hurdle. A double opening for Jack Kennedy. Reckless gives Colin Trow 1-2. Treasure Memory in turn.
Good start to the afternoon for Gordon Elliott. He's headed across the card treble now, a double, sorry. This winning in the colours of Brian Atchison's Rob Corr. He had a fantastic week over the Christmas period as well. Tupu being the standout, along with Skylight Hustle. Spinning a Yarn gets off the mark over hurdles in good style, despite putting down the last and getting that wrong.
Yeah, he was ridden good and confidently by Jack Kennedy. He jumped out, he made all. Down to the second last, you could see Jack was asking him for a big one, and he committed him good and early down to the second last. Down to the last, he put down on him, but it didn't matter because the race was over at that stage. Kevin, Treasure Memory ran well back in third place. The one who's probably picked up really nicely from the back of the last is Reckless, who's improved from his initial debut over hurls to pick up second spot on his second start over hurls today. But the winner, Spinning a Yarn, he ultimately was in a league of his own, Kevin. I thought maybe he might be vulnerable on the drying ground, but he's shown that he's capable and effective on these drier ground conditions, and he's really improved from his initial debut over hurls at Clonmel. And I think he's a horse that we'll see stepping up in trip further as the season develops as well. Probably disappointing effort from Good Deal, jumped violently to his left and hung to his left, making life difficult for his rider, Owen Walsh, at times. And I think Willie's has probably disappointed Emerald Poet. He weakened late on.
He did, didn't he? I said to you watching this live, turning in, Brian Hayes is travelling really well. That's Jack's biggest danger. But as soon as he said it, he's found very, very little between the last and second last to the line.
Yeah, look, maybe he'll improve with the run under his belt, Kevin, but to me he's just weakened from the last to the line. Good, impressive performance by Spinning Yarn. I have to say I'm actually impressed by what he's done here today, and he's really improved from that Clonmel performance at the start of the season. As you said, it's been a phenomenal 10 days or week for Gordon Elliott. The Christmas, I can't even remember, it feels like that long now. The Christmas period has been a brilliant time for Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy, and Rob Corr, Skylight Hustle, Tiapu, they've had a brilliant Christmas as well, and Spinning Yarn has kicked off 2026 to a pretty good start.
He has indeed, and this horse staying is his game. Jack obviously knew that going out as well. He made plenty of use of him. He got it handy in front. He's kicked off the bend to try and draw the sting out of his rivals in behind, and he's kept lengthening all the way to the line too, and bar the last, when he got that wrong, he's jumped really well on the whole. One upon a pint for Sean Dial, wins in the colours of Brian Atchison, along with his wife Carmel, his daughter Courtney, and son Rob Corr. And they have another smart horse on their hands here. Spinning a Yarn gets off the mark on his second time of asking over hurdles. Tony Martin's horse, a little bit disappointed him back in third. Treasure Memory?
Yeah, I think so. I thought the step up in trip was looking like exactly what he wanted, and he's picked up prize money back in third place, but ultimately I thought if anything was going to be able to give the favourite a run for his money, I thought it potentially could have been Treasure Memory, and albeit he's picked up some prize money, I thought he might have been capable of a bit better, but Jack Kennedy, Gordon Elliott, Puppy Power there for the debrief as well. They'll be pretty happy with that, and Jack Kennedy, 2 winners on the day so far. I think the day could get a little bit better for him.
Fingers crossed. Well, it's a good start to 2026. Continuing from a fine end of 2025 for Jack Kennedy, Gordon Elliott, all the team of Colin Trow, and the winning honours Rob Corr.
So we are just a couple of minutes away, 3 minutes away from our third race here at Tramore, and horses arriving down at the start. Smallish field here. Number 9 was a late absentee on vet's advice as well. Hunter's Girl. So just the 8 of them lining up. And, well, all we can see at the moment is a graphic with prices and jump index for Did I Ask You That and Pookie Holler. I hope they jump a bit better than the jump index rates them according to what we're seeing anyway.
Not the greatest screen I've ever looked at, Gary, and this one isn't a whole pile better than they got, honest truth. Whatever the relevance of those of that graphic would be the right word is, anyhow. There they are at the start. In your shot is American Jukebox, first time cheek pieces. Danny Gilligan on the scoreboard here at Tramore already. He's around about a 3-1 shot. Did I Ask You That? Just outside him in the Sean and Bernadine Mulrine colours with the red cap. He's he looked well in the paddock. Did I Ask You That?
As a punter, would that price interest you? Bet him 5-4?
Probably not. Probably not. Only thing that makes him appealing is I do think this is probably a weaker race than the first race. Looks like Declan Quealy's going to drop in St. Lawrence as well with the £8 penalty, and I suppose American Jukebox hasn't fulfilled the potential either, is it? I don't know. It's not a race that massively appeals to me. 11-8 now, 3-1. Todd Henry's horse looked really well in the paddock. He's a 5-2 shot.
He did look well, didn't he?
Pookie Holler, 11-4 where I'm looking. Probably chance him, Gary, if you were forcing me.
5-2 currently.
To visit the YouTube channel, and it is Tramore where we head next. Did I Ask You That? 11-8. Pookie Holler is 5-2. 3-1 American Jukebox. St. Lawrence as well is 5-1. 22-1 Moon Mission. Toucan Plan is 80 to 150 the last minute. River Kingdom 250 to 1. We are at post time 1:15 for this Ryan's Cleaning Services maiden hurdle, and Peter O'Hare is awaiting us with the white flag very nearly raised.
White flag now raised. And they're off. Short run to the first of 11 flights in the Ryan's Cleaning Services maiden hurl. And disputing the early lead, Did I Ask You That on the outside of American Jukebox. They show in front of Pookie Holler running third. A break then to River Kingdom on the outside of Toucan Plan, and then a clear break back to the last minute with St. Lawrence as well. And at the back of the field, Moon Mission as they stream out over flight number 2, where Did I Ask You That jumped past American Jukebox. And they're tracked on the downhill run by Pookie Holler. In fourth position at this stage, River Kingdom. Another length to Toucan Plan, a break of 4 then to St. Lawrence as well. And at the back of the field, the stripes of the last minute alongside Moon Mission as they continue on the downhill run, approaching the right-handed turn that'll bring them across the bottom of the track. American Jukebox, Danny Gilligan, through on the inside of Did I Ask You That and Danny Mullins. Tracked in third by Pookie Holler, Darragh O'Keefe. In fourth spot, the green and white of River Kingdom, Shane Fitzgerald, and the black and blue of Toucan Plan, Philip Enright. The yellow cap of Declan Quealy on St. Lawrence as well. And at the back, the red and black to the outside, Moon Mission, Tiernan Power Roach. And to the inner, the last minute, Jordan Gainford. As they continue across, making the swing that'll bring them up the straight to flight number 3 before passing the stands with the white face American Jukebox. Tracked by Did I Ask You That in second. Pookie Holler remains third as they jump this flight and head up in front of the stands. 2 circuits ahead of them. in the Ryan's Cleaning Services Maiden Hurl. American Jukebox by less than a length, did I ask you that? In second position, just about 2 lengths then to Pookie Holler, a clear break of about 6 back to River Kingdom in fourth position, a break of another 5 or so to Toucan Plan. The outside St. Lawrence as well, and a further gap to Moon Mission as they go to the first of the 2 on the uphill run. American Jukebox tracked in second by Keen Going, Did I Ask You That, with Pookie Holler edging up on the outside to share second spot as they clear flight number 5 and are about to make the top turn. American Jukebox, Pookie Holler has edged through into second. Did I Ask You That, with the red cap is third. In fourth position, River Kingdom as they jump the flight directly opposite the stands. American Jukebox, Pookie Holler and Did I Ask You That. Did I Ask You That makes a move through on the inside now to take over as they run downhill opposite the stands. Did I Ask You That? American Jukebox second, Pookie Holler third. A break of 6 or 7 to River Kingdom. Followed downhill by St. Lawrence as well, edging up on the outside of Toucan Plan. Behind them, Moon Mission and a clear break of a pushed along the last minute as they head to the elbow. That brings them across on the approach to the straight for the second time. Did I Ask You That? In the lead, followed by American Jukebox. Pookie Holler, close third. A break then of 6 or 7 lengths to the next pair, River Kingdom, with St. Lawrence as well getting closer on the outside in the yellow cap. And behind them, a further gap of 4 or 5 to Toucan Plan and Moon Mission to the outer. And a gap back to the back mark of the last minute as they swing to head up the straight with a circuit ahead of them. In the Ryan's Cleaning Services Maiden Hurl, Did I Ask You That? With American Jukebox to the inside, Pookie Holler within 3 lengths. A break then to St. Lawrence as well, who's gone fourth ahead of River Kingdom. Up to past the judge, heading out on their final circuit. American Jukebox on the inside. Leads by less than a length. Did I Ask You That? Alongside Pookie Holler within 3 lengths. They're 8 clear of St. Lawrence as well. A further gap to River Kingdom. And then Moon Mission as they head uphill to the 2 flights on this side of the track. They have 3 to jump as they go to this one. Did I Ask You That? Up on the outside of American Jukebox. Pookie Holler continues to chase them in third. Back in fourth spot is St. Lawrence as well, and then a clear break of 10 or 12 back to Moon Mission. River Kingdom is weakened as they head for the flight on the far side. It's the second last. American Jukebox, Did I Ask You That? Half a length away in second. 2.5 to Pookie Holler. St. Lawrence as well is trying to close back and forth in the clear break then to Moon Mission as they head downhill with over half a mile to race and a long run before they get to the final flight. American Jukebox, Did I Ask You That? Within half a length. Little over 2 lengths then to Pookie Holler. Just nudged along trying to close on the leading pair. St. Lawrence as well fourth, and they're clear of Moon Mission as they head to the turn. That'll bring them across the bottom of the track. American Jukebox on the inside. Did I Ask You That? In second. Pookie Holler trying to close, but driven along to do so. St. Lawrence as well also ridden in fourth. Cleared of Moon Mission as they head across the bottom towards the final flight. American Jukebox going on from Did I Ask You That? Pookie Holler tries to stay on the inside. And back and forth to St. Lawrence as well as they make the turn. Head up the hill to the final flight. American Jukebox out in front has gone clear under Danny Gilligan. American Jukebox coming to jump the last and does so clear of Pookie Holler in second with 100 yards to race. American Jukebox pushed out. It's a double here in Tramore for Gordon Elliott and Danny Gilligan. Already an across the card treble for the combination in Cullentraw. Pookie Holler second. Did I Ask You That? Third. Moon Mission stayed on for fourth ahead of St. Lawrence as well.
So the hitherto disappointing American Jukebox has come good. Really positive ride from Danny Gilligan here, and eventually saw off the challenge of the favourite. Did I Ask You That? Pookie Holler had been in trouble for a while before that, was unable to land a blow, and American Jukebox has seen it out really well here. Stamina certainly looks to be his forte, Ruby, on what we saw there, I think, doesn't it?
The cheek pieces didn't do him any harm either, Gary, and he absolutely skies the last like a horse who was full of run, and Pookie Holler has plugged away. Did I Ask You That? Fell in a hole when they ran off the hill, but this horse wings the last. Decent enough performance from to beat Pookie Holler, did I ask you that? Has trotted in St. Lawrence as well. I think may well have been fourth. If the camera stayed on long enough to see what did finish fourth, but he was, I think for most of the race your eye was drawn to did I ask you that, but as they came down off the hill and Danny Gilligan started up the ante, as soon as you saw Danny Mullins moving, you kind of felt did I ask you that wasn't going to find a whole pile, and he didn't. And American Jukebox, who had a very good run in a couple of bumpers over 12 months ago, has finally come good and continues the rich vein of form of Gordon Elliott's team.
That's for sure. And I mean, his pedigree is all stamina. He's by Jukebox Jury out of American Jenny. He was a good staying handicap chaser. Time will tell, excuse me, but could you see him maybe making up into a kind of a national type horse?
He could end up somewhere like that. I mean, he's definitely better than the market thought he was anyway, Gary, and maybe he surprised the Yard, but the Yard are absolutely flying, and you know, when you rich vein of form, horses can be hard to beat.
That's for sure. Jukebox Jury, the sire, obviously was a stayer on the flat himself, but he can get quick horses too. Elete Tomp, obviously one of the top 2 mile chasers, but gets plenty that stay well too, and I think this fella very much falls into that bracket. And I'd imagine the further he goes, the better he's going to be. He's won very well here today for the irrepressible Cullendra House outfit.
Runners in the parade ahead of our thirds, the Travel Shop.ie Handicap Hurdle. And a 0 to 110 wide open race. You make a case for quite a few of these. First we're going to have a look at is number 3, $1 No Limit. Second run since joining Ned Buckley, Kieran Buckley on board as well. And a cracking run here in stable debut behind Fierce Handy of Noel Meads, who was a runner-up under a revised mark at Leopardstown during the week.
Yeah, he was previously with Joseph O'Brien. He's a good-looking horse, so he is. Decent efforts in maidens and handicaps, and returned from a long break here over the 2 mile trip back in December time. And when I say a long break, he was almost a year off the track. He was entitled to get tired. He's back up in trip today, and he's certainly a player.
Yes, indeed, and be interesting. He has been placed over this trip in the past. 23 and behind him then, or 2 horses and behind him, is Johnny Cakes. I was disappointed with him at Limerick, when very, very disappointing. And even his run behind Common Archie at Punchestown was a step back in the right direction.
Yeah, really big scopy looking type, Kevin. He'd catch the eye in the paddock. Philip Rothwell's team seemed to be in good form. He obviously was a winner off a mark of 78. That was in Punchestown, February of last year. So it's been a while since he's been in the winners' enclosure, but he's got those cheek pieces on, and off a mark of 85. He's probably been less impressive his last couple of runs. He needs to recapture his form.
Back then to number 7 with the green rug. Number is just obscured. She's just turned her back to us there. That is number 7, She, Fendy's Park. Won upon a pint for Mick Goff last season. Makes his handicap debut for Henry de Bromma, but his 2 most recent starts needs to improve.
Yeah, certainly does. Glimmers of market support, I thought, this morning coming for this horse. Mike O'Connor on board, off a mark of 102 for her handicap debut. She does have the hood on. She does step up in trip for the first time today, Kevin. But she showed okay form in Limerick on her first start over hurls. She's got to try and show a bit better today, but the fact that she's been capable of winning a point-to-point suggests that she's capable of more.
Back to number 2 then, 2 horses behind, is the Guinness Boys. There's been little glimmers of ability. First time stepping up in trip on his handicap debut for Gavin Cromwell and Keith Donoghue.
Yeah, the yard had a handicap debut winner at Punchestown yesterday. He had been running well at Nace, I thought, when he fell 2 out, and he finished mid-division at Tramore the last day. Obviously, he could very well find his feet in handicaps. A mark of 107 today. Keith Donoghue on board. I feel like he could be capable of more than what we've seen, Kevin, and he wouldn't be a surprise to me if he was to get a share of the prize money.
Okay, back 2 horses again to number 18, and that's Middleton Rare. Up £8 for winning at Limerick 4 runs ago. Makes a quick turnaround at the disappointing the other afternoon down in Limerick. Jack Kennedy on board, obviously, for the first time. And Cheek Pieces go on for the first time as well.
Yeah, makes a quick reappearance. Never got involved at Limerick the last day. That was only 4 days ago over the 3-mile trip. So he's dropping back to the intermediate trip today. He is £7 higher than his last winning mark, but a better effort is needed today than what he showed at Limerick.
If we just pan back to the chestnut horse there, Fran is 13. The rugs are still on. It's obscured. Eddie Colley just giving the leg up to Owen Walsh. Nelson's Dawn, I thought that ran a cracker on handicap debut. That was at Navan behind Spinola Bay. He's gone on and won at Leopardstown subsequently during the week. Thought there's plenty of positives out of that run. He steps back up in trip.
Yeah, he's certainly an interesting contender for a team that do extremely well here at Fairyhouse as well. Definitely showed much more encouraging effort at Navan on his handicap debut off a mark of 98. Owen Walsh is on board today for the Eddie Cawley team. Hood remains on, Kevin, and stepping back up in trip, I'm sure will bring out more improvement. Certainly a contender.
Yeah, so one of the couple in it, the least exposed runners as well, that is open to a little bit more improvement. And the last one we'll have a look at in the parade ring is the number 21, Fran, if we could, please. Pat Fahey just giving Ricky Doyle the leg up as well. He's a dual flat winner. He's 1 from 17 over hurdles. Sole win came at Ballinrobe a couple of seasons ago, but he's been consistent in runs and defeats subsequently.
Yeah, he was beaten favourite the last day, obviously, at Clonmel. That was over the 2-mile tree trip on heavy ground. Back on drier ground conditions today. Ricky Doyle on board. A mark at 88. I think he's more than capable of running well off that mark, Kevin. And I suppose he's one of the form horses coming into this, so hopefully he's capable of more.
Catch up with a couple of rest of them down at the start. Runners on the way to the start, ahead of her third. Yes, runners making their way down to the start ahead of what's a very, very open look to our third race of the afternoon. First one, our one that we didn't get a chance to see in the parade ring is our favourite 22, Ted's Corner. He's lightly raced. In place of one of his 8 starts, I felt he didn't get home the last day and stepping up to just shy of 3 miles. That was at Punchestown. Off the back of a good run here back in the November meeting, went third on your way.
Yeah, he's had 7 runs over hurls. He's yet to win, Kevin. He's shown enough to suggest that he is capable of winning at some stage, but I do agree, I didn't think he stayed a punch down over the 3 mile trip. Back to the intermediate today, he has dropped down a few pounds, so maybe that'll be to his advantage. But drier ground today, just looking back at his profile, he's been non-runner plenty of times on yielding and good to yielding ground. Look, he's from the family of Ted Veal, Daniel King on board for the Tony Martin team. He is favoured at the top of the market, but for me, there's so many here that you can make a case for. And a couple of those, obviously Middleton Rare is short enough too. Leah's Contessa is one that was won an unplaced maiden here, Kevin. Good few starts back and probably has struggled to find her form since. But Watching the Clock, I think, is an interesting enough candidate. She's probably been holding her form to a level since winning a handicap off a lightweight in Gorham Park back in October time. And I thought she ran okay at Navan in a race that probably wasn't run at a strong pace. She was beaten favourite that day. And Mark Walsh is on board for the very first time. And to me, obviously, she's £11 higher now than her last winning mark. But she certainly won for the shortlist in a race that's wide open to my eye.
Very much so. You can make a case for quite a few of these. She won her race at Gordon, handicap debut, I think it was, wasn't it?
Second start in handicap company, I think, but
was it?
Yeah, she had dropped down to a mark of 93. Today she runs off a mark of 104. She is plenty high, but look, she comes into it and I think she brings relatively decent enough form to the table here. And to me, the fact that I thought she probably, they went slow enough in Navan, and I think she maybe hit a little bit of a flat spot and stayed on in the death at Navan. But another one to give a mention to, Classy CC for the Martin Brazel team. Connor Smithers on board. A more encouraging performance in Limerick with first-time cheek pieces on, and step forward from handicap debut back, or is up to the 2.5 mile trip today on drier ground, possibly capable of showing better form. And All Right Darling, I know she's been a winner in lower grades, and today she's obviously in a different grade. Philip Donovan, he's unable to ride her today because he's actually suspended at the moment, but she is a 2-time winner, both of those coming on various ground, and she's up £8 from her recent win at Tramore.
Yeah, she won well that day. Lucky winner, fortuitous winner at Thurles on 2 starts before that, but backed it up with a good run at Gorham Park. One that I like in it is Nelson's Dawn, 13. I thought that was a cracking run, handicap debut over 2 miles. Would have been closer, not saying would have won, but would have been a lot closer only for making a very bad mistake at the last that day. That was its first run since March. Eddie Cawley likes nothing more to have a winner at his local tracks. Fairyhouse, he loves that winner at Punchestown, Navan as well.
Yeah, he's a man that targets his local race courses, and I have no doubt that he would have been eyeing up New Year's Day here in Fairyhouse from a long way out. So be of no surprise if his horse was Nelson's Dawn was to come in, obviously under Owen Walsh. He certainly has to come into the reckoning, Kevin, considering it was a decent effort at Navan the last day.
Very much so.
The travel shop.ie handicap hurdle, 2.5 miles the trip, 10 flights to jump. On the outside is Spanish John. Vying for the lead early on was Fedney's Park. Right up is Dollar No Limit, Queen Nell de Grey, and One for Gonzo on the fighting line, followed by Leah's Contessa. They link up with the first flight. Not far behind them is Lady Bluebird, a mistake there by Venture Van Gogh. Making the run across to the straight the first time, and it is Dollar No Limit who goes on from Fedney's Park, and One for Gonzo, and in by the rail is Lady Bluebird. They're followed by Insouciant Dalier, My Lucky Colleen, Classy CC, Queen Nell, Watching the Clock in Ted's Corner. Leah's Contessa next with Middleton Red and Johnny Cakes and Nelson's Dawn. Arabian King on the inside of Buckaway Freddy, followed by Venture Van Gogh and All Right Darling, flight number 2. And the leader is Dollar No Limit. Losing one there as they come on to flight number 3. In front is Dollar No Limit from Fedney's Park and Lady Bluebird, and then One for Gonzo and an Insouciant Dalier, My Lucky Colleen and Watching the Clock. Leah's Contessa, Ted's Corner, and Queen Nell, Arabian King next, and then Classy CC, who's followed by Johnny Cakes and Middleton Red and Nelson's Dawn, and Spanish John has been knocked back towards rear division. Then Venture Van Gogh and Shanro Nancy is next with All Right Darling and Mon Kerr. She Hallian, another girl. The Guinness Boys is the back marker. They have a circuit to race and another 7 flights left to jump. The one that's not with them is Buckaway Freddy. It's $1 No Limit by 2 lengths to Fenley's Park, then Lady Bluebird, one for Gonzo and Susie and Dahlia. Watching the Clock next, followed by My Lucky Colleen and Ted's Corner. And then Queen Nell and Leah's Contessa and Middleton Rare. Up they go to another. It is $1 No Limit and Kieran Buckley, maintaining a 2 lead over Fenley's Park and Michael Connor in second. And then Lady Bluebird and Owen Finnegan as they complete their jumping along the side of the track. At this flight, they do so. $1 No Limit up to halfway. Followed by Fenley's Park, Lady Bluebird, and Susie and Dahlia onto the heels of the first 3. Followed by one for Gonzo. As they turn at halfway, My Lucky Colleen is next. After My Lucky Colleen, as they go downhill, is Watching the Clock with Leah's Contessa, Queen Nell next, and Spanish John. On the inside, Ted's Corner, Middleton Rare and Classy CC and Johnny Cakes and Arabian King, Nelson's Dawn and Venture Vango and Mon Curtin, All Right Darling and Chandra and Nancy. As they race towards the final mile, in front still is $1 No Limit by a length to Fenley's Park, half a length back to Lady Bluebird. One for Gonzo Handy, with on the outside My Lucky Colleen, then and Susie and Dahlia in Watching the Clock. Spanish John and Classy CC next with Queen Nell. And Ted's Corner and Leah's Contessa and Middleton Rare. And they're followed by Johnny Cakes and Arabian King and Mon Curtin, Nelson's Dawn and All Right Darling. Venture Vango, starting to struggle is Chandra and Nancy. Less than 7 furlongs to go and 4 more flights to jump. The travelshop.ie handicap hurdle. And they're well stacked up. $1 No Limit over that one. Struggling badly is the Guinness Boys, is falling further behind the main group with 3 left to jump. $1 No Limit, who's made all up to this point with 5 furlongs to go, is closely followed by Fenley's Park, one for Gonzo and Lady Bluebird next. They're followed by Watching the Clock and My Lucky Colleen, and after them is Ted's Corner. This is the 3rd last flight, and it is $1 No Limit, followed by one for Gonzo. Another girl's been pulled up. After one for Gonzo is Lady Bluebird. Getting reminders is Fenley's Park. Closing is Watching the Clock. Ted's Corner squeezes up the inside of Susie and Dahlia. Johnny Cakes is an improver. Then Middleton Rare. Running back for the final 2 flights. $1 No Limit joined one out by one for Gonzo. Then Watching the Clock and Johnny Cakes. Lady Bluebird and Susie and Dahlia. Coming into it is Middleton Rare. Red Cap on the outside. Followed then towards the 2nd last Nelson's Dawn. As $1 No Limit has fallen there. $1 No Limit is down. Had sacrificed the lead anyway to one for Gonzo. Middleton Rare into a challenging position on the outside of Johnny Cakes. Then Watching the Clock and Ted's Corner and Susie and Dahlia. Heading for the final flight, the travelshop.ie handicap hurdle. It is one for Gonzo and Anna McGuinness over from Middleton Rare. And Jack Kennedy not done with yet. Followed by Johnny Cakes, and then comes Ted's Corner. And Middleton Rare on the stand side is edging ahead from one for Gonzo on the inner. There's a one-way system in place here at Fairyhouse today as Jack Kennedy rides the first 3 winners. Middleton Rare, one for Gonzo, Ted's Corner, Johnny Cakes.
Yes, what a cracking start in 2025 has been for Jack Kennedy. Partners of travel for 3 individual trainers here this afternoon, and Middleton Rare making a quick reappearance after running very disappointingly at Limerick during the week. £8 higher than winning at Limerick. A couple of starts ago on stable debut for Ian Donoghue. Jack Kennedy on board for the first time. Cheek pieces definitely worked the treat. He needed them.
Yeah, the combo with the cheek pieces and the tongue strap on for the first time, Kevin. I probably wouldn't have fancied him too much because I was so disappointed with what he'd done in Limerick.
Like you, exactly.
That was only 4 days ago, but obviously Ian Donoghue has freshened him up. He's probably done very little since Limerick. Brought him here, Jack Kennedy on board. He needed every aggression, every bit of Jack Kennedy to get him up on the line, because jumping the last, I thought he looked like he was trying to lug in behind one for Gonzo and Anna McGuinness, who were up in front at that stage. But Jack's got him up where it really mattered. 7-2 favourite, Ian Donoghue. Jack Kennedy, just as we picked him up here, you can see him here, Kevin, fall by $1 No Limit there. Kieran Buckley took a nasty tumble there. But here's the point: I thought he was trying to lug in behind, obviously one for Gonzo, who'd kicked on at this stage. Johnny Cakes in behind, watching the clock, was there also as well. But down over the last, you could always see possibly one for Gonzo was beginning to tie up. Middleton Rare, a horse that's obviously shown himself to good effect over further in the past as well. And Jack Hendy switches the stick from his right to his left, keeps him good and honest all the way to the line, and he's nicely on top actually when it comes to it.
He is indeed. And the second horse, one for Gonzo, that's run a cracker as well for Sean Ahern. Actually, what's the old wives' tale, first horse box you meet in the road?
Yeah. Did you see him?
I did. I pulled into the shop the same time as him in the garage outside Goffs this morning. And but one for Gonzo, that's run a cracker back in second as well. Of course, in the hands of Anna McGuinness. One for Gonzo, dual winner. And bidding to win off £7 higher than his most recent win. That was a Ballon Robe on soft ground during the summer. But I was a bit like you, Middleton Rare. It was just that run. That's why we're not training the horses, isn't it?
Yeah, well, look, the man who is training them and training plenty of winners at that as well, he obviously seen 2025 off, Kevin, and had a pretty fine year last year. And obviously we turned the clock last night to 2026, and he's kicked off this year to a pretty fine start. Obviously he'd Shannon Royale pitched in at Cheltenham earlier, and he probably disappointed somewhat, but he'll be happy with what he sees here. Middleton Rare, obviously Jack Kennedy on board for the very first time, and he's running in the colours of the Four Provinces of Ireland syndicate, bred by Raymond MacDonald. This is his third win of his career from 17 starts altogether. Cheek pieces and tongue strap on today. Only ran 4 days ago, Kevin, but that didn't matter.
Definitely not. Cheek pieces on today. And he's continuing Ian Donoghue's fine season. I think that's winner 18 in Ireland for Ian Donoghu. This horse is getting a fair reception back in. It's been a cracking afternoon so far for trainer rider Jack Kennedy. And Ted's Corner looked like he didn't stay the last day. Back to 2.5 miles today. He's doing his best work at the end to finish, back in third?
Yeah, look, he was sent off pretty short, Kevin. Obviously, the winner, Middleton Rare, returned 7-2, joined favourite. He joined Ted's Corner at the top of the market. But it was a contest that was wide open, and you could make cases for plenty of them. But it's the horse who only ran 4 days ago in Limerick who steps up and bags another one.
Yes, Middleton Rare lands our third.
If he thought Michael was going to ride a winner, he'd have let him off. So they obviously do give Lady Nightingale some sort of a chance with the visor on first time. And the one coming behind it is Oogum Boogum. We'll get a look at Oogum Boogum when it comes down here of Ken Buds' Shane Fitzgerald riding. Again, the form book last run wouldn't do, but the run before that here behind All Right Darlin was all right. And I just thought Oogum Boogum looked really well walking away from us here. Pair of cheek pieces on, looks fit, only a mark of 88. Ken Buds just taking the sweat sheet off. Definitely not going to blow up, Gary.
Okay, jockeys are in. The bell will sound any moment now for our fourth race.
Okay, we are off to Tramore for their next, which is the 150, the Tramore Medical Clinic Handicap Hurdle. A class is at 7 to 2 and very easy to back. 9 to 4 out of 7 to 2, 9 to 2 Pebble Blur, McIver 7 to 1 with Oogum Boogum. Here's Gary and Ruby.
Nick, thanks a lot. Yes, local horse favourite here, A-class for John Flavin and Jordan Canavan. Been running well over fences. And his quick reappearance after finishing 4th at Duffy's Hoadie at Limerick the other day. Fair effort against Rising Dust, bang in form. Horse of Emmett Mullins at Thurles just before Christmas as well. Does have joint top weight here, Ruby, but £7 coming off that. That's quite a few of these are ridden by £7 claimers. What's your view?
Yeah, and loads of people with horses at the bottom of the handicap, Gary, looking for every advantage they can get. The one on right here, shot the grey with the headgear on, is Lady Nightingale of Declan Quealy's. Michael Kennedy Cleven, £7 off it. We both thought in the paddock that it was interesting. Michael was riding this particular horse in the race. Looks like it's going to be very forward, and there's a few quid for it. The other one I'd give a chance there for a local yard at a price is Ardrea Gun for Owen Doyle's. But down at this level, Gary, anything can happen. They're just the two I would pick out.
White flag is up. Off and racing in the Tramore Medical Clinic Handicap Hurl. Just under 3 circuits ahead of them, 11 flights as they go to the first. Fancy Prospect to the inside, A-Class and MacIver close up with Oogum Boogum, and around the outside Lady Nightingale as they turn and head for flight number 2. Not much to choose between the leading trio. Fancy Prospect, MacIver, A-Class, jumping up between them Pebble Bleu as they run downhill. Also in that leading group, Lady Nightingale, as Pebble Bleu edges on and goes on a couple of lengths in front. MacIver second. A-Class is close up. Lady Nightingale the outside, just behind them Fancy Prospect. As they continue on the downhill run, field already well strung out. Back in 6th position as they head to the elbow is Amberana, followed by Oogum Boogum. The inside is Rocka Baker. They're followed around the elbow. On the approach to the straight by Ardira Gun, the outside of Chasing Crowns. Just behind them is Mullinor. The inside, the white and red of Glorious Singer. I'll Be There, Cruisin' Susan, and to their outside is Blossom de May. As they head to the turn, that'll bring them up the straight. On to flight number 3, and then 2 circuits to complete. Pebble Bleu, the grey to the left, the grey to the right is Lady Nightingale. Between them, MacIver in the headgear. Fancy Prospect, A-Class is close in the cheek pieces as they come up to past the judge with 2 circuits ahead of them. Vying for the lead, Pebble Bleu on the rail. Under Own Staples on the outside, Lady Nightingale and Michael Keneally. They're followed into the turn by MacIver in the orange and black Darrow O'Keefe. Alongside is the top weight A-Class Jordan Canavan. Around the inside, Fancy Prospect and John Shinnick. That's the leading 5 as they jump the first of the 2 flights on the uphill run. On the outside, Lady Nightingale led narrowly over Pebble Bleu. A couple of lengths to MacIver. A-Class keeping to the outside. Fancy Prospect just behind them, with Rocka Baker, followed around the top turn for the second time by Amberana. A break of a few lengths then to Oogum Boogum, with Chasing Crowns and then Mullinor. The inside is Glorious Singer. With them Ardira Gun and I'll Be There. A break of about 3 lengths then to the final pair, Blossom de May and Cruisin' Susan. Running downhill on the far side for the second time, Pebble Bleu leads by just about a length, followed in second by Lady Nightingale. MacIver close up in third. Fancy Prospect to his inside, to the outside A-Class. Just behind him in the green and yellow is Rocka Baker in 6th position as they head to the right-handed turn. It'll bring them across on the approach to the straight. Behind them, improving Mullinor between horses. Oogum Boogum and Chasing Crowns are next, and then Ardira Gun as they head across. Approaching the turn in, Lady Nightingale and Pebble Bleu, the 2 greys, with A-Class close in behind to the outside in the cheek pieces. Tracking them, the orange and black is MacIver. Just behind them, Fancy Prospect, blue and yellow on the rail. Mullinor has made headway ahead of Rocka Baker. Oogum Boogum in mid-division towards the outside as they head to the flight. That'll be the last one after the circuit. Pebble Bleu the far side, near side Lady Nightingale. MacIver between them. Right with them, A-Class on the stand side, the orange and green colours. Just behind them, Rocka Baker with Mullinor getting a bit closer. Amberana in the purple and yellow. Fancy Prospect still in touch in the blue and yellow on the rail. They're tightly grouped as they head out on their final circuit, with MacIver between the greys. On the outside, Lady Nightingale. On the rail is Pebble Blue as they turn to face the fourth last flight. A-class next with Rocco Baker. Just behind them, Fancy Prospect. Mullinor driven along behind them with Amberana next, and then Cruisin' Susan and Oogum Boogum as they go to the next. 3 from home. MacIver, Pebble Blue, between them trying to close Rocco Baker. A-class in touch, made a slight mistake. Fancy Prospect is just behind them. Amberana next. Mullinor driven along. Weakening is Lady Nightingale, passed on the inside by our dear Gun as they jump the second last flight. MacIver, Pebble Blue, and with them on the outside is Rocco Baker. A break of a few lengths then to A-class driven, trying to rally Fancy Prospect. Behind them, Amberana, and then our dear Gun as they run downhill. Mullinor in mid-division with Blossom de May. They have less than half a mile to race and just the one flight to jump. MacIver leads narrowly to Rocco Baker. Pebble Blue pushed along. Fancy Prospect is tracking them. A-class getting into it. Amberana around the outside. A break then to staying on in behind them, our dear Gun as they head across. On this long approach to the final flight, MacIver on the outside. On the inside is Rocco Baker, and they're chased by Fancy Prospect, A-class, and on the outer, staying on is Amberana. As they head to the turn, on the inside, Rocco Baker in the green and yellow. The outside, the orange and black of MacIver. Chasing them, Amberana and A-class as they run to the final flight, going on by a length. It's Rocco Baker from MacIver in second as they jump the last. Over it safely, Rocco Baker and Keane Quirk out in front. MacIver is trying to rally in second. They're clear of A-class, but with 50 yards to race, it's Rocco Baker out in front, winning well under Keane Quirk for Harry Kelly. MacIver second, Amberana third ahead of A-class, and Blossom de May.
So the winner for trainer Harry Kelly. Harry, who was on the mark yesterday at Punchestown with Lyndon Arden, and Glen Kiln ran very well there to be second to El Fabiolo in the feature event. Rocco Baker is not in their league, but she's been able to post a win here, a breakthrough win at a low level, 0 to 100 company. Travelled well into contention here and just about to settle it, really going to the last.
Yeah, I thought MacIver travelled best, Gary, throughout the contest in the orange and black, but Rocco Baker, King Kirk had saved a little bit to repel the challenge of MacIver on the run to the last and has pulled away to win. Well, in the end, off a mark of 85, this 8-year-old has delivered. MacIver's run a solid race in second place, and they were a long way clear of the remainder. Gary, they went a really good gallop. Pebble Blue, the greys dropping out of your shot, was one of those that forced the early place, along with the Declan Queely trained number 8, Lady Nightingale. And Lady Nightingale cracked long before Pebble Blue did, but not very many got involved when all was said and done, and Rocco Baker has kept going best to deliver for the Meadows Racing Club. There was enough of people in the ring to suggest the Meadows Racing Club are here as well.
Yeah, you can see a lot of these were finishing pretty tired there. They were well sorted out by that decent gallop that they went, and Rocco Baker has grounded out the score at 17-2 in the hands of Keane Quirk, keeping up the good run of that man in shot, Harry Kelly.
Runners in the Predatory head over force to take a pull, podcast handicap hurdle. It's 0 to 110. Great crowd here this afternoon, Lisa, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, brilliant to see. Lovely day, so it is, and it's attracted a really good crowd here at Fairyhouse, who get some decent local support, Kevin. But great to see so many people out here on New Year's Day, kicking off the year to a pretty good start.
Yes, very much so. We've seen good action on the track so far. And another open handicap hurdle upcoming, Ian Donoghue. He's bidding for a double. He's a big player here with 13. The first we're going to look at is Hit This Hay Son. He's won 4 of his 5 since joining Ian Donoghue. And he's £15 lower over hurdles. He won at Roscommon and then down Patrick. And his last 2 wins are coming over fences. Most recently at Haydock, he was left in front when I'd say probably booked for second. But he's back over hurdles today, running off a £15 lower mark.
Yeah, he looks well, Kevin. Obviously, the yard's in great form as well. He's in a really rich vein of form, this horse himself. Back over hurdles today, he bids to exploit lower mark. He was beaten favourite off this mark at Wexford a couple of runs back, but he was after going up £13 altogether. But what he's done over fences since suggests that he could be capable of more over hurdles. And maybe the Wexford race just didn't go his way, Kevin. He's winner over fences over 3 mile. He's up to 3 mile 2 today. And I think that really should be to his advantage, because all he does to me is look like a real stout stayer.
Okay, we'll just have a look at the horse in front of him with the no rug on him as number 1, the Miracle Man. Now this horse is £6 higher than his last win. That came back in April time here in Fairyhouse over today's trip of 3 miles. Now he's dropping back in grade here this afternoon. He's been running in a couple of higher level races. Arthur Moore, Keith Donoghue on board for the first time.
Yeah, I think this horse has a big chance here as well. He was a winner over 3 mile back in April. I thought at Navan when we last seen him, that was soft to heavy ground. He raced behind the bridle most of the way, and to my eye, he made pretty heavy weather of it. I think possibly he might have found the ground a little bit too tough that day. He made a mistake at the last, and that ended his chances altogether. But he's up an extra furlong, drier ground. He does have top weight to contend with today, but he is dropping down in grade. And the fact that he's on drier ground conditions, I think really should be of big benefit to him.
Okay, let's drop back and have a look at maybe number 9, which is Ballyglass Beauty, just in front of the podium now, Fran, with the blue rug on. From the Lean Cusack yard, hasn't won in 2 years, this 10-year-old. Last win, though, all 3 wins have come over 3 miles. Last was at Listowel back in 2023 and is £7 lower, and it was a good run in his penultimate start. Was probably beaten when brought down at Cork in his most recent start.
Yeah, it seemed to get back to form at Limerick, but as you said, Kevin, it did look beaten at Cork the last day when it was brought down. A 10-year-old now off a mark of 97. Patrick Gleeson takes £7 off Ballyglass Beauty here today as well, but it has been a long time between drinks.
8 then is Ted Walsh's Pictures of Home. Jack Kennedy, who knows this horse well, has won a couple on him. Cheek piece on for the first time, and first run since November of 2024, but obviously is interesting with the jockey booking.
Yeah, and Jack Kennedy has won every race so far today, Kevin. He bids to make it a 4-timer on a horse he knows quite well, Pictures of Home, who's a dual winner over staying distances, returns from a long break. He is £1 below his last winning mark. Cheek piece is added on today, and he's back over hurdles after being over fences the last time we did see him, which was quite a while ago.
Yeah, it's been led up by Ted's granddaughter, Lucy McCarthy. Very good show jumper in her own right. 17 then as he fits in directly in behind that, and that's followed by, I think, number 14, a year older, very appropriate name individual. And that's followed then by 2, Jukebox Johnny from the Henry de Bromhead stable. 6 then needs to improve what it's done thus far, sights unseen. And number 5 there is Lord Lariat, better known as a chaser, and that's followed then by 16, which is Marine Ranger from the Pat Fahey stable. Good run behind Cowper Hall on most recent start, although well beaten that day from the Pat Fahey yard.
Yeah, not a bad run that day, Kevin. I think if we go a few back to number 10, who's just coming into shot on the right-hand side, I think this is a really interesting contender. Ricky Doyle's just about to get the leg up for Owen Griffin. Loch Loch Nigara, I think.
We'll go with that.
Yeah, yet to win over hurls. He's a little bit on his toes. He's got that hood on, but he's been showing a consistent level of form of late. I think things have really fallen into place for him with the hood on, and seems dropped in. The tactics of being dropped in seems to really suit him. For me, he got going probably a little bit too late here at Fairyhouse the last day. He's up an extra couple of furlongs, and I think he's highly likely to make his presence felt. He looks extremely well in the parade ring, quite on his toes just leaving.
Yeah, one for the short list. He's 5 from 11 over hurdles, or he's been placed 5 of his 11 runs. And there's one there, is with the red colours just in front of the grey horse. Number is obscure, 12. Great Bird. I think might have won at a thirless penultimate start on him for coming down at the last. That was off the back of a cracking run in Clonmel behind Salop. I think it was his second run handicap company that day. But disappointed in a Tramore the last day when you were on at me.
Yeah, it was disappointing. I just wondered, was she unable to handle the softer ground conditions that day? She's certainly capable of winning races, considering what she showed at Clonmel and Thurles, Kevin. But obviously, this is a stiffer grade than what she's been contending on her last couple of occasions. Obviously, Callum Hogan takes £7 off her back, so that's going to be highly, definitely a big advantage for her.
And Liz Dial, a nice winner at Limerick over the Christmas period as well. Runners on the way to the start. Head over fourth. Yes, final runners just making their joining up. Excuse me, arriving down at the last with the rest of the runners. And our 15 to 8 favourite, strong at the top of the market, is 13. Hit the Hay Sun, £15 lower. Over hurls, Bindgeen Donoghue, a double on the day. And there is one that you quite like. I totally agree with you as well. Loch Nagara thought was too far over its ground, definitely in its penultimate start here.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Kevin. Obviously shown to be a little bit temperamental down the start there. Ricky Doyle's just taken his feet out of his irons, trying to encourage him to join the rest of the group. But he does come here showing some consistent level of form on his last couple of runs. And I do think that he just had plenty of ground to make up the last day, and he came home with a wet sail late on here at Fairyhouse. That was over the extended 3-mile trip. He's up an extra couple of furlongs today. And I think in what I would consider a race that there's plenty with chances in it, I think he's one of the main contenders here.
He is, and that's quite customary for him as well. He is a quirky individual.
Is it? I don't think I've actually seen him too much before down at the start, Kevin. So
he
interesting
has done this in the past, yeah.
Hopefully that's a good sign then.
Well.
And not a negative.
The Miracle Man, I think he's very interesting as well, although he's given plenty away too. Our favourite, Hit the Hay Sun.
Yeah, Arthur Moore has his granddaughter Holly Ross riding in the bumper later on the card. She was leading up the Miracle Man here. And of course, he's back on drier ground conditions, which I think is going to be a big help for him. He does carry top weight, but he's got Keith Donoghue on board, taking over the reins today, off a mark of 107. I do think what we've seen of him so far, he's capable of progressing a little bit more. And considering he's been a winner here at Fairyhouse on good yielding ground over the 3-mile trip, I think the extra few furlongs are definitely something that should suit him. I thought he raced very far behind the bridle, very much behind the bridle at Nav in the last day on softer ground.
I must admit, this is the worst I've seen Loughnagara, and he's a little bit like Luminous Light down at Tramore. He was withdrawn as well, but look, hopefully he's going to line up with the rest of them.
He looks like he's looking for a way out, doesn't he,
is
already?
indeed.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
Maybe
So
when he
does.
gets in among a couple of the rest of them, he might be more cooperative. Let's hope anyway. But he is a horse that tends to be dropped in, so it shouldn't be any issue for Ricky Doyle. Once he gets to the group, he won't mind what sort of a position he's in, because he'll tend to be dropping him in anyway.
Well, indeed. That's Loughnagara. And just coming up to official post time. Great Bird we've already touched on. Good to see old Lord Lariat running here this afternoon. Hasn't won a race since winning the Irish National here at Fairyhouse back in 2022.
Yeah, it feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
is a long time ago.
Yeah, he has dropped down obviously in the weights over hurls, but to me he's probably a horse that's been much more effective over fences, as we've seen in the past. Another one to give a quick mention to, Glen Miller Lady for Claire O'Connell, James Smith on board, obviously was third in that mare's maiden hurl at Thurles over the 2 mile 6 trip, behind our first winner of the day, Place de la Nation. She's a mare who's a 3-time point-to-point winner, makes her handicap debut today.
Okay, Loughnagara.
Loughnagara has jumped off with them. Just under 2 circuits in front of them as they take the first of 13 flights. And this 3 1/4 mile take a pull podcast handicap hurdle. On to number 2. As they rise, it is Hit the Hay Sun, Jukebox Johnny, and in between them is a year older, followed up to the first turn by Lord Lariat, and on the inside, the top weight, the Medical Man. Hit the Hay Sun makes the bend, couple of lengths in front, over the Medical Man on the inside. There on the outer is Jukebox Johnny with Glenmalure Lady, Lord Lariat and a year older, Mush to Meet Secret. Followed downhill on this good run of the third flight. He fits in. Ballyglass Beauty next, and then Great Bird and Rash the Lad the Grey. Matter of Opinion, and then comes Marine Ranger, Pictures of Home. West is Awake. Loughnagara, Sights and Scene. Nicely spaced out. It's Hit the Hay Sun in the lead by less than a length. Into second is Glenmalure Lady. Contesting third, He Fits In and Jukebox Johnny. And then the Medical Man, a year older, Lord Lariat and Ballyglass Beauty and Rash Salat and Mush to Meet Secret. And then Great Bird and Matter of Opinion, Marine Ranger, West is Awake, Pictures of Home, Loughnagara, Sights and Scene as they come on away from that third flight. One more left before they enter the home straight. It will be the fourth. And it is the informed Hit the Hay Sun, who cuts out the running from Glenmalure Lady, taking closer order. He Fits In on the outside. Then Jukebox Johnny, the Medical Man, a year older, Lord Lariat, Ballyglass Beauty, the flight on the turn into the straight, Hit the Hay Sun in front. From Glenmalure Lady and He Fits In, wide of the pair. And then Jukebox Johnny and the Medical Man next. A year older, Ballyglass Beauty and Lord Lariat, and on the inside is Mush to Meet Secret. Then Great Bird, Rash the Lad and Matter of Opinion, and then Pictures of Home and Marine Ranger, Loughnagara, West is Awake and Sights and Scene. On to the first of 2 flights in the straight. This is flight number 5, Hit the Hay Sun. Just caught the top of it, joined by Glenmalure Lady. To the outside as He Fits In, and then Jukebox Johnny and the Medical Man. Lord Lariat and a year older, and Mush to Meet Secret and Ballyglass Beauty and Rash Salat and Great Bird and Marine Ranger. Pictures of Home and Loughnagara and Matter of Opinion, West is Awake, and a little detached. Sights Unseen. Final flight next time. So with a circuit to go, and 7 flights left to jump, the Take a Pull podcast handicap hurdle. Over 3 1/4 miles. Hit the Hay Sun. Just holding sway over Glenmalure Lady and He Fits In. And by Jukebox Johnny and the Medical Man, a year older, nudged along as Lord Lariat, and then Ballyglass Beauty, Mush to Meet Secret and Great Bird and Rash the Lad and Marine Ranger. Matter of opinion, Loch Nagara, Pictures of Home, West is Wake. Still at the back. The sights and scene as they pass the halfway stage. Hit the Hay Sun in front from the start, followed by Glenmalure Lady. He fits in. A reminder there for Jukebox Johnny. Lord Lariat next, and then the Medical Man and a year older and Ballyglass Beauty, the flight which was their first. Hit the Hay Sun. Turns to his arm with that flight, but safety to the other side as they're about to complete their jumping along this uphill run along the side of the track. Hit the Hay Sun from Glenmalure Lady in second. Third as he fits in as they swing a right. Jukebox Johnny, the Medical Man, and Lord Lariat. A year older, Ballyglass Beauty, Marine Ranger, Raj Salad and Great Bird. Loch Nagara next, followed by West is Awake. Struggling is Mush to Meet Secret, and then Matter of Opinion, Pictures of Home, and Sights and Scene. Heading to the final mile with 4 more flights left to jump. It is still in front, Hit the Hay Sun, but only narrowly now to Glenmalure Lady, and he fits in. These 3 covered by a couple of lengths. 3.5 in front of Jukebox Johnny and the Miracle Man. A year older next, still ridden as Lord Lariat and then Ballyglass Beauty. Making places steadily as West is Awake, along with Loch Nagara, then Great Bird. Marine Ranger, Rash Salad, Matter of Opinion gone away from the remainder. For the jump, he fits in, just picks it up from Hit the Hay Sun. Closely followed by Glenmalure Lady. 4 lengths to Jukebox Johnny. West is Awake is still coming into it, losing Lord Lariat there. 6 furlongs to go. 3 to jump, it's He Fits In and Dylan O'Connor who lead. From Hit the Hay Sun and Connor Stone Walsh, being followed by Glenmalure Lady, who's come under pressure from James Smith, and then West is Awake. On the inside is the Miracle Man. With on the heels of the leaders is a year older. Rash Salad is about to call it a day. At the third last flight, in the air together, Hit the Hay Sun with West is Awake. Coming there 1 out, followed by He Fits In. After these 3 is Jukebox Johnny, a year older. After them then is Loch Nagara as their heads turn for the final 2 flights. West is Awake and Carl Miller go on in front by a length and a half. Into second, a year older, and Daniel King. Loch Nagara up into third for Ricky Doyle, followed then by He Fits In and Dylan O'Connor. Hit the Hay Sun is tied up, then Jukebox Johnny, followed by the Medical Man. Over the second last, West is the Wake from a year older. Loch Nagara in third. They're getting strung out. 1 left to jump. A year older and Daniel King have wore away at West is Awake, and third is Loch Nagara. Coming to the final flight, it's a year older and Daniel King in front. And they move on over the last in this Maiden Take a Pull podcast handicap hurdle. A year older out in front from West is Awake and Loch Nagara. And up towards the finish, it is a year older, most appropriately here for Daniel King and Carl Thornton. Second is West is Awake and Loch Nagara in third.
Yeah, it's a really good performance here by a year old. Wins at 40-1. Lightly raced individual. Has turned 8. There's obviously been issues along the way with him. It's only his 9th start. And a hell of a good trainer.
40-1.
By a very, very good trainer, as Carl Thornton. First run since March time last year.
Yeah, and a man that aims his horses here at Fairyhouse as well. 40-1 he returns, Kevin. Obviously, he had to wait till he was just a year older to get that win on the board as well this year. He's a horse that we've seen over fences, he's been over hurdles, and he showed not a whole pile in a couple of runs in handicap company, returning from a lengthy break. We haven't seen him since March, down to a mark of 83, so off a career low mark. He bags this race with 10-2 on his back. Daniel King. From turning for home, Kevin, he was the one who was catching my eye in the purple and the yellow silks. Also, Loch Nagara looked like he was coming with a run, but he looked less than cooperative off the bridle and didn't find a whole lot. Maybe this trip has stretched him a little bit, but this horse, obviously a year older, up in trip as well, had handicap experience, but probably on evidence so far was hard one to pick out.
Very much so. If we're here for another year, I don't think I'd have picked out a year older. And especially when there was no support from in the market either. 40-1, he wins. Lightly raced son of Mahmoul, wins in the colours of trainer Carl Thornton, and as I say, he said this horse spot on after a long layoff. Big run by the eventual runner up 3. West is Awake, his best run for quite some time as well, and his first run since April time.
Yeah, 10-year-old now, Kevin. He was returning from a break as well. West is Awake. He picked it up about 3 furlongs from home and got tired late on. Obviously, some of the main protagonists, the likes of the Miracle Man and Hit the Hay Sun. Hit the Hay Sun, he was pulled up just before the last. The Miracle Man, he's run okay, Kevin. Probably a little bit disappointing. I expected a bit better from him. But it's gone the way of the one down the bottom of the weights, Carl Thornton, Daniel King. It's probably the first winner of the year we'll see for Carl Thornton in Fairyhouse, but it certainly won't be the last.
Definitely not. He's a very good trainer, Carl Thornton. He's a well-back winner on the flat in Dundalk a couple of weeks ago as well. Ridden to victory by Dan King. Continuing to impress. He's having his best ever season as well. And getting a lot of support from a lot of different trainers. There is our winning trainer, just obscured from shot, with one of his children in his arms. Carl Thornton doesn't train too far away from here, and a year older. Gets off the mark, 8th time of asking, wins in good style. Big run from the runner-up, West Awake, and Hit the Hay Sun's winning run has come to an end, pulled up before 2 out.
So it is time for our feature event here at Tramore. And a good field assembled for the O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey New Year's Day Chase. Maxim, the only absentee, which leaves a field of 7 to face the starter. It's been dominated by the powerhouse stables of Willie Mullins and Henry Bromhead in the last 10 years. 6 wins for Mullins, 3 for the Bromhead, and both those yards very well represented once again with the market for this year's renewal. Headed by Hartwood at 7 to 4, ahead of Champ Kiley for Mullins at 5 to 2, and lots of backup in there for the champion trainer as well, with Classic Getaway, Ian Atlantic, Gentleman to Me. Croke Park for Gordon Elliott's with cheap pieces on for the first time. Looks the other big player and appears likely he's going to go forward here. Final thoughts then, Ruby, as we get set for lift-off here. Hartwood just preferred for you, I think?
Possibly, Gary. I just have this nag in the back of my mind that Gordon Elliott's horses are absolutely on fire. Croke Park beat Hartwood in last year's Tramore. I know that was Fairyhouse, but at the prices, is he the one?
Welcome back to Tramore, where we're just over a minute away from our feature event on New Year's Day, the Grade 3 O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey New Year's Day Chase. 2-1 the field. Heartwood it is, who heads the market for Henry de Bromhead already amongst the winners today. Not anymore. They flip-flop. Cham Kiley now favoured at 2-1 for Willie Mullins. Heartwood at 9-4, 11-2 Croke Park, and Il Atlantique, who's a bit of a springer in from 8-1, and also a move for Classic Getaway, 12 from 20. He was third in this race 12 months ago. Final thoughts from Ruby Walsh alongside me. Ruby, Cham Kiley, the shortest price of the Mullins runners here, but Il Atlantique and at a bigger price, Classic Getaway got their supporters.
Yeah, they both should run good races, Gary, but Cham Kiley, I suppose, just have to carry the penalty along with Croke Park that Heartwood doesn't have to carry. But just thinking current form, Gary, when you're looking at all the yards, I'm kind of wondering, is the value with Croke Park, who did beat Drinmore off, or did beat Heartwood in last year's Drinmore off level weights. He was a good novice early in the season last year, Croke Park. You look at the picture in the paddock, he's a good solid jumper. It'll be a competitive contest. I think the three lining up in front are the three it will concern, but just think at the prices, is Croke Park the value?
In the feature, the O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey New Year's Day Chase. More than 3 circuits, 17 fences ahead of them as they come to jump the first. Heartwood the inside, alongside the maroon and white of Croke Park. On the outside with them, Cham Kiley, as they come up the straight to fence number 2. Cham Kiley near side, inside is Heartwood, and between them Croke Park, and they're followed by Percival Le Gallois. Alongside is Gentleman de Me, the red, white and blue on the outside of Classic Getaway, and between horses in blue and white, Il Atlantique. Heading out on the first of 3 complete circuits, Heartwood and Darragh O'Keefe leading narrowly over Croke Park, Jordan Gainford in second as they jump this one. Landing third, Cham Kiley, the outside, John Shinnick to the inner, Percival Le Gallois and Sean Flanagan, Il Atlantique and Sean O'Keefe. Classic Getaway on the outside under Shane Fitzgerald, and jumping in last place was Gentleman de Me, Danny Mullins, as they go to the fence. Up at the stand, it's number 5. Away from it, Heartwood by less than half a length to Croke Park, a close second, a break of 3 to Cham Kiley, followed downhill by Percival Le Gallois, Il Atlantique, and at the back of the field, Gentleman de Me on the inside of Classic Getaway as they continue downhill, heading for the elbow that will bring them across the bottom of the track towards the straight, nearing the completion of a circuit. And Heartwood and Darragh O'Keefe on the inside, sharing it with dual Grade 1 winner Croke Park and Jordan Gainford. They're tracked by Cham Kiley, with on the inside the green and white cap of Percival Le Gallois, Il Atlantique in the blue and white, with the white cap at the back, Gentleman de Me, and to the outer with the blue cap is Classic Getaway. As they come to jump the first of the 2 fences in the straight, and away from it, not much to choose between Croke Park and Heartwood. Cham Kiley remains close on the outside as they come to the fence in front of the stand for the second time. And jumping it, Heartwood on the inside of Croke Park. They lob along 2.5 lengths in front of Cham Kiley. Percival Le Gallois in 4th and Il Atlantique 5th. At the back, Gentleman de Me and Classic Getaway as they head out. Still 2 circuits ahead of them. Heartwood by half a length to Croke Park. 2 lengths away. In third is Cham Kiley. They're followed to this fence by Il Atlantique up on the outside of Percival Le Gallois. Stable companions Classic Getaway and Gentleman de Me at the back as they jump the fence at the top of the track to ditch and make the top turn. Heartwood continuing to share the lead. Croke Park alongside, within 2 lengths of them. Jumping at his Cham Kiley, a break of almost 4 then to Il Atlantique. On the inside, Percival Le Gallois has just 2 behind Gentleman de Me and Classic Getaway as they head downhill. Still a circuit and a half to complete. Heartwood and Darragh O'Keefe by a half a length to Croke Park, Jordan Gainford in second. Just about 2 lengths to Cham Kiley under John Shinnick, deputising for Paul Townend in third spot. Percival Le Gallois, Sean Flanagan on the rail with Il Atlantique up on his outside under Sean O'Keefe. And at the back, the second of the McManus runners, Gentleman de Me, Danny Mullins, alongside Classic Getaway. As they make the swing, they're tightly enough grouped as they swing to head to the 2 fences that will bring them up past the stands and then another circuit. in the O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey New Year's Day Chase. Coming to jump the first of defences, Croke Park and Heartwood together. Remaining in third spot is Champ Kiley, tracked by Leader Atlantique. Percival Legalwa is to the inner, Classic Getaway, and then Gentleman to Me. Defence in front of the stands. Last one next time. Croke Park on the stand side of Heartwood. Champ Kiley has been in third spot for most of the trip. Remains in that place about 3 lengths off the leading duo. Similar gap to Wheel Atlantique and the final trio, Percival Legalwa, Classic Getaway, and Gentleman to Me as they head uphill for the final time. Heartwood goes on by almost a length to Croke Park, jumping in second. Champ Kiley is in third spot, and they're chased by Il Atlantique. Gentleman to Me improves up on the outside of Classic Getaway and Percival Legalwa. Over the ditch and making the top turn, heading for the third last. Heartwood driven along in second, Croke Park, as Champ Kiley closes in third, and they're 6 or 7 in front of Il Atlantique. Away from the third last. A long run now before they reach their next obstacle. Heartwood by less than a length. Croke Park in second. Champ Kiley is a close third. And they're chased on the downhill run by Il Atlantique. A further break of 6 or 7 to Gentleman to Me. Then Percival Legalwa. Trailing the field at the back is Classic Getaway. As they head to the elbow, it'll bring them across towards the second last fence. Heartwood from Croke Park. Champ Kiley closing in fourth, but driven Il Atlantique. And then an 8-length break to Gentleman to Me as they make the turn and head across the bottom of the track for the second last. Heartwood moving on about 4 in front. Croke Park is challenged for the second by Il Atlantique towards the outside, staying on as they come to jump the second last. Heartwood over. Il Atlantique is staying on in second. They've gone on from Croke Park and Champ Kiley as they head for the final fence. Out in front, Heartwood. Il Atlantique second. Back in third is Croke Park. Over the last, Heartwood clear by 5 or 6. Il Atlantique second. And going to the line, Heartwood will win the O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey Chase in great style for Henry de Bromhead, Dara O'Keefe. A double on the day for the combination. Il Atlantique second, clear of Croke Park. Percival Legalwa, Champ Kiley, Gentleman to Me, Classic Getaway, last of the 7.
It's a decisive win for Heartwood in our feature event of the year here at Tramore. Completes a double for Henry de Bromhead and Dara O'Keefe, and for owners Rob Kerr, who struck with Spinning a Yarn up at Fairyhouse. Heartwood a 2-1. Really uncomplicated performance. Ruby grabbed the race by the scruff of the neck early doors, beat off Croke Park, and then had enough in reserve to hold Il Atlantique.
Yeah, he did. Conditions of the race suited him, Gary. He was in really good heart this afternoon, so he was. Jumped brilliantly alongside Croke Park. Croke Park is a bit sticky at the first, and from there on, they were a sight to behold, the two of them, Jordan Gainford and Dara O'Keefe, riding them at fence after fence, and they kept attacking quick and well off the bend. Il Atlantique was coming from off the pace to challenge Croke Park now as Champ Kiley faded and Gentleman to Me plugged on. It's getting down to the second last. Good at it, not mad long at the second last, and again at the last, Dara keeps the revs up and keeps them going forward. But look, he had to stand out bit of form that second in the Ryanair 2 Factor File. I'm not sure this was quite as good as that, but it was still a very solid performance, and he was just suited by the race, and he was the best horse this afternoon.
That he was. Resounding victory. He's actually going further away from Il Atlantique at the line. Il Atlantique a bit sticky at the last. He's run well enough, but just couldn't lay a glove on our winner. Croke Park 1 pace in behind. Gentleman to Me staying on. I think might have actually got 4th in the end for Danny Mullins. There's that blunder at the last from Champ Kiley, who lost touch with the others.
Percival
Legalwa was 4th, actually.
Champ Kiley 5th, Gentleman to Me 6th, and Classic Getaway a disappointing 7th. But you'd love the way he jumped, wouldn't you? Really would,
Yeah, there was very little in it in the market beforehand. They actually went off joint favourites, but Heartwood much the best in the race itself. And Henry de Bromhead's fine record in this race further embellished. Heartwood wins in great style.
go with, yeah. Runners in the Predatory head of our feature event of the afternoons, the Yellowford and Drumlin John and Chich Fowler Memorial Irish European Breeders on Mares Chase. First we're going to look at is a long odds on favourite is number 2 Dino Blue. She's 8 for 17 over fences, and you'll be very disappointed if she doesn't make that 9 wins over fences. Grade 1 winner at Leopardstown 2 years ago, won the Mares Chase at Cheltenham last season, beating Allegor de Vassi, last year's winner and former stable companion.
Yeah, she sets the standard. Obviously, she's a mark of 159, the highest rated in the field, and her task is made easier by the fact of Bioluminesce being a non-runner due to the going. Obviously, Dino Blue, I thought, made a nice return to action in the first trio. Kevin, she made a bad mistake at the fourth, and I thought she'd done really well to finish in second place. Behind Found a 50, who went on to frank the form, winning the Hilly Way in Cork as well. Obviously, I think she's up in trip today, so she's got to prove her stamina, but nonetheless, she's the most high-class performer in the field, and I think her class will see her through.
She's rated 19 pounds inferior to the next best in the betting, and that's the one filly in front of her, Fran, which is She Could Be Anything. Gordon Elliott's bidding for a across the card 4-timer, and Jack Kennedy's bidding for a 4-timer here today.
Yeah, she's a 10-time winner altogether, 4 wins over fences. She won a listed and a grade 3 chase in her novice career. She was pulled up when she was last seen, obviously, in the Kerry National, and she's been freshened up since then. She is held by Dino Blue, obviously, when you go back to the Mares Chase at Cheltenham last season. But look, she's a decent mare in her own right, Kevin, but she just might lack a little bit of class compared to the main market rival.
Third to her stable companion Western Fold in this year's Galway Plate. And the last one we're going to have a look at is number 4, Look to the West. Lightly raced individual, has to improve in all known form, but a clear round. She'll pick up valuable black type as well. She's rated 135 over fences. She got off the mark, point winner on her second time of asking when winning at Kilbeggan back in April time.
Yeah, returns from a break. She is lightly raced, and she actually won a maiden hurl at Navan 2 years ago and won a beginner's chase on her second start over fences. The form probably not the strongest. She is the lowest rated in the field, stepping up in trip today, but she lacks experience, but she gets weight off all her rivals.
Yes, where we are missing with due to the low-lying sun, fences 6 and 7. Runners on the way to the start, 2-6 start for her feature. The Yellowford and Drumlin John and Chich Fowler Memorial Irish European Breeders' Fund, Mares Grade 3 Chase. Yes, there's a second favourite heading down to the start. She Could Be Anything. And really up against it here this afternoon. It is very hard to see on the book how she is going to even turn that Mare's Chase form at Cheltenham last season around with Dino Blue. She was well beaten fourth that day.
Yeah, she was. I suppose she's got proven stamina to her name, so that's going to be a huge benefit for her. But I do think that she lacks the class of the likes of the favourite in Dino Blue. Obviously, this race last year, we had a field of 5 runners, won by Allegory de Vassi for Paul Townend and Willie Mullins. And Willie Mullins yields the favourite here in Dino Blue. Her class, obviously, Kevin, look, she's 159 rated. She's to give away a little bit of weight, but I don't think that'll bother her. She has a tongue strap on. To me, she's back on more favourable ground conditions as well. I know she's got to prove her stamina, but the fact she's back, I'd question her stamina more at this trip on softer ground conditions. But she's much the superior on the day, and yeah, I'd be very much in the Dino Blue camp.
And even a runner comeback run on very heavy ground at Navan. Found a 50. I know he's not a grade 1 horse, but he's a solid grade 2, grade 3 horse all day long. Ran a good race behind Solnas as well, to be fair, and he finished back in 4th, Leopardstown over Christmas. We did beat Madgeborough I know he had the benefit of a run under his belt, but now she's back in her own company. That was a really good comeback run and very, very testing ground. As we know, Willies are coming on from the run.
Yeah, like I'd imagine all the roads would lead to the Mayor's Chase back at Cheltenham as well, I would assume. But she took a different path last year to what she is this year, Kevin. Obviously, last year she went to the Hilly Way, then she went to the Grade 1 at Leopardstown over the Christmas, and then on to listed Mayor's Chase at Naas in February time. But this year, obviously, she started out in the Fertria at Navan. She's here at Fairyhouse today, and obviously Connections are deciding to go a different route, stepping her up in trip. But look, she's the most high-class performer, highest rated in the field. Mark Walsh on her back. She's got ground. She could be anything. She's a decent mare in her own right, but is by no means in the same league to me as Dino Blue. And there's 14 lengths that separate them over the 2.5 mile trip at the Cheltenham Festival. Look to the West has plenty to prove, obviously, Kevin. She only has a couple of runs over fences, so lacks experience compared to a couple of others. But Connections obviously feel that she's capable of much more, pitching her into this level.
Yes, very much so. She's an unknown quantity. She does need to improve in official ratings. Hurdle, chase mark, identical 135. She did win a beginner's chase back in April time in Kilbeggan. But obviously interesting Connections had her entered here in the first place as well, so they obviously think there's more to come from her.
Yeah, clearly so. A nice ride for Mike O'Connor as well. He was on board the Big Westerner at Limerick last week, and that was a nice winner for him as well. But a small field, Kevin. Dino Blue, I'd imagine. Mark Walsh looks like there's only 3 of them in it, Kevin, so I'd imagine Mark Walsh will be nice and positive on Dino Blue. Wouldn't be surprised if she could be anything, was the one who actually went forward. But a small field, but Dino Blue is the one for me, clearly. I think what she's achieved so far, she sets a fine standard. It's
impossible to impose her with a clear round the jumping. Fences 6 and 7 are being omitted due to the low-lying sun. And say, you'd be very disappointed if Dino Blue doesn't record a 9th win of her career over fence. Did win a Grade 1 at Leopardstown back a couple of seasons ago. And first time over the trip, should be a different league to her opposition. Let's get up to Jerry for the feature.
There are over 2 3/4 miles, the Yellowford and Drumlin, John and Church Fowler Memorial Irish EBF Mares Grade 3 Chase. Dino Blue, the leader from She Could Be Anything and Look to the West, as they eye up fence 1. Dino Blue, scrappy jump by She Could Be Anything in 2nd place. 3rd of the 3 is Look to the West. On they come to the fence, bringing them towards the straight the first time. Dino Blue popped it with a sizable advantage over her 2 rivals. She Could Be Anything and Look to the West, as they turn in for the 2 fences in the straight, fences 3 and 4. Striding on by 5 lengths, Dino Blue and Mark Walsh. In 2nd, She Could Be Anything and Jack Kennedy. 3rd of the 3 is Look to the West and Mike O'Connor. The one lacking a more recent run. They venture on in between fences 3 and 4. Dino Blue leads She Could Be Anything and Look to the West. No changes. Continuing on towards the 4th fence, the fence that'll be the final fence next time. Dino Blue with a reduced advantage over She Could Be Anything, who's closed the gap with the back marker Look to the West. Then in single file, circuit to race and 9 more fences left to jump. It's Dino Blue by less than 2 lengths to She Could Be Anything. Got 3 lengths back to Look to the West. Heading out with a circuit to go, the Yellowford and Drumlin John and Church Fowler Memorial EBF Mares Grade 3 Chase. Dino Blue up to the bend and the first of 4 fences past the stands, followed by She Could Be Anything and Look to the West. On to the first of 4 uphill fences along the side of the track. Dino Blue, Mark Walsh into it. And they jumped it impeccably. She Could Be Anything, Jack Kennedy in 2nd. with taking it all in at the back of the field. Look to the west, and Mike O'Connor over that ditch. More fluent than the other two mares at the back was Dino Blue. Has just strung them out a little bit more. She takes that fence. On now to the last in this line, after which they have a significant run to the fifth last fence, as the two on the far side are going to be missed out. Dino Blue heads past the halfway stage, leading She Could Be Anything and Look to the west. Bigger breaks now between the three as they reach the top of the track. Dino Blue has re-established a 5-length advantage over She Could Be Anything, and something similar back to Look to the west. Making the descent to the final 9 furlongs with another 5 fences to jump. They're being waved around these 2 fences on the far side. Dino Blue has led them from flag fall. Shows 3 lengths in front of She Could Be Anything, 5 lengths to Look to the west. 7 furlongs to go. 5 more fences to jump. The Yellow Ford and Drumlin John and Chitchfowler Memorial EBF Mares Chase. Still not one change from first to last. Dino Blue gone back into a 4.5 advantage over She Could Be Anything, 6 clear from Look to the west. As they arrive at the 5th last fence, Dino Blue up over from She Could Be Anything, and further behind now is Look to the west. 5 furlongs to go as they pass their point of departure. To be jumped 4 more. Dino Blue comes onto this one, followed by She Could Be Anything and Look to the west. At the 2nd last fence before they swing in, Dino Blue has put in an exhibition of jumping, heads to 3 out, leading She Could Be Anything. They're well clear from Look to the west. Over 3 out. Dino Blue comes around the home turn, leading She Could Be Anything. Still within a handful of lengths. Look to the west, further behind in 3rd. Round the bend for the final 2 fences. It's Dino Blue straightening on up for the last 2 under Mark Walsh, followed on the left by She Could Be Anything and Jack Kennedy. Over the 2nd last, it is Dino Blue still enjoying a useful looking advantage in between the final 2 fences and the Yellow Ford and Drumlin John and Chitchfowler Memorial EBF Mares Chase. It is Dino Blue coming stand side out in front from She Could Be Anything. And at the final fence, it is Dino Blue. Plowed through it. Took a chunk of that final fence. That was a very sizable scare there. As Dino Blue lost little momentum and has made all in this Grade 3 Mares Chase. A scare at the final fence. She Could Be Anything 2nd. And Look to the west was always last of the 3.
As expected, Dino Blue, despite a big scare at the final fence, records her 9th win of her career over fences in her 18th start, 10th in total, and lands our feature event for the 2nd year in succession for Willie Mullins following on Aligor Devassy's win here last season. She is prone to doing that. She done that early on, didn't she, in the 4-3? Remember, I think you said she done it in Fairyhouse here a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, I stand to be correct. I actually think it was Cheltenham when she was runner-up in the handicap when she ran behind Muscada. She has been a tendency to do that in the past, Kevin, but today she could still do it and get away with it. Obviously, she stepped up in trip today. I didn't think Mark Walsh, he got an uncontested lead at the front end. I didn't think he went round and completely walked the dog by any means. He let this mare stride on without going overly fast or completely testing her stamina by any means. But down over the last, he had a double handful, yes, left as he went down. And to me, I think she just took off too early. I think she just took off out of his hands and landed almost in the middle of the fence and left a hole in it. We just see it here, yeah. Oh, she just took off unexpectedly and left a nice little hole in the middle of the fence there. But it didn't matter by any means, because she could be anything. Was still plenty of lengths adrift at that stage. Oh, and we actually lost luck to the west back at the final flight as well. That final fence being proving a bit detrimental for a couple.
Thankfully she was quick to her feet. I think the reins got caught up in her off 4 leg, but unfortunate for connections. All she did was jump the last she picked up.
Nice black type, yeah. Yeah, it would have been hugely beneficial for her and her pedigree and her future as well. But it's gone the way of the favourite, Kevin. I don't think favourite backers would have any anxious moments before the last fence.
They had a fair one at the last, but lost no momentum.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, Dino Blue lands her 10th win of her career, 9th over fences.
From his very best.
Did I win well? Did you see it? Cabral de Matan.
What's that?
Cabral de Matan, did you see that? Fight to 2 the field then for this rated novice chase. The market headed by the Henry de Bromhead trained Blue Hop, bidding to crown what's been a great day for the stable here. So often is Tramore New Year's Day, and local horses do tend to have a great following here. So Blue Hop it is who heads the betting. Would you be inclined to be with him or against him, do you think, Ruby?
I'd be with him. He looked a picture in the paddock, Gary. Big, strong individual. To his left, the grey Butterfingers is probably the biggest horse in the paddock, but I did think Blue Hop looked really well in the paddock, and I don't see any reason as to why he can't be a little bit better over fences than he was over hurdles, and that should be good enough. The one who has probably proved at some point to be ahead of this grade was Cappuccino of Liz Doyle's, who is a 7-2 shot in the market for Sean Flanagan, riding in the black and white diamonds there with yellowish sleeves. Cappuccino at his pomp was rated 120 when he was 6th in a 100 grand handicap hurdle at the Dublin Racing Festival last year. So he's fallen down the ratings to get into this grade. So at least you know that ability was there at some point, but I'm just not sure what sort of form he is in. And the one for a few quid is Cowper Hall, who is yet to prove that he's better than a 96, although he did win off 96 and got himself a 13-pound penalty. We still don't know if he's capable of running to 109, do we?
No, that's true. He did win very easy last time, but got to go and back it up now today in this different discipline. What are we, just seconds away from post time now? And this could well be the final turn for the runners to take. Cappuccino strong in the market. That would be potentially significant here for another relatively locally are based down in the southeast, Liz Doyle. Peter O'Hare then standing by to call him over us. We'll join him for this penultimate event of the afternoon.
The 9 runners now on the move towards the starter. White flag raised. They're off. In race 6, the SIS supporting Irish Racing rated novice chase. 12 fences just over 2 circuits ahead of them and spread across the track. For the early lead as they clear the first, the grey Butterfingers in the centre with Eye of a Tiger. Over on the rail is Rockbrook. Also close up, Little Mix Up as they come to jump fence number 2 and away from it. Rockbrook on the rail leads. Up on the outside, Eye of the Tiger. In between horses is Butterfingers, and they stretch a few lengths in front of Little Mix-Up. A further break then back to Ossifer Hops on the outside of Blue Hop. Around the outside of them, Femme Magnifique, as they run away to fence number 3. The leading trio, Rockbrook on the inside, led narrowly. Over in second was Butterfingers, close up in third. Eye of a Tiger, and they've stretched on as they cleared the ditch. Back in fourth position, Femme Magnifique, and down at the back, the faller at the back of the field, hampering Blue Hop. The casualty was Little Mix-Up as they head away from the fence opposite the stands. Rockbrook leads by less than a length. In second is Butterfingers. They've gone almost 4 lengths in front of Eye of a Tiger in third, for their break then of about 5 lengths to Femme Magnifique. The red and white hooped colours then of Ossifer Hops, and behind them as they continue downhill, Cappuccino. Towards the back now, Blue Hop. On the outside of Cowper Hall as they're about to swing right-handed and head across the bottom of the track. The leader by about a length and a half, Rockbrook and Shane O'Callaghan, tracked in second by Butterfingers. And Danny Gilligan in third, close, Eye of a Tiger, Michael Keneally with a white cap. Behind him to the inside, Ossifer Hops, Ethan O'Sullivan alongside Femme Magnifique and Keane Quirk. That's the leading 5 as they jump the first of the 2 fences in the straight. Behind him towards the outside is Cappuccino and Sean Flanagan. Last but 1, Blue Hop, and at the back, Cowper Hall. As they stream out over the fence in front of the stands, last one next time. And going along in front, on the inside, Rockbrook. Stand side, the grey Butterfingers. They're tracked by Eye of a Tiger, Femme Magnifique. Improving in 5th is Cappuccino. Behind them is Ossifer Hops. Blue Hop last but 1, Cowper Hall at the back of the field as they head uphill for the final time with 5 fences to jump. Rockbrook with Butterfingers alongside. Femme Magnifique trying to improve on the inside of Eye of a Tiger. Behind them, tracking and improving, Cappuccino. Then Ossifer Hops, Blue Hop to the outside, and Cowper Hall as they clear the ditch and make the turn to head to the third last fence. Rockbrook leads by half a length. Butterfinger second. Cappuccino has moved through into third spot, about 3 lengths off the leading pair. And a faller there, Eye of a Tiger, came down there. Well strung out as they head Downhill on the far side, Rockbrook leads the way by a length. Butterfinger second, 2.5 lengths away in third is Cappuccino, followed downhill by the red cap of Femme Magnifique. Blue Hop is next, and then Ossifer Hops. Just the 6 of them left as they head to the elbow that'll bring them across the bottom of the track. Rockbrook leads by about half a length. Butterfingers driven along now in third is Cappuccino. Behind them trying to improve on the outside, Blue Hop going into fourth. Femme Magnifique on the inner. Heading for the second last, Rockbrook still leads. Butterfingers up on the outside, Cappuccino stays on. As they come to jump to second last, Rockbrook tackled on the outside by Cappuccino. Over in third, Butterfingers, and then Blue Hop as they head to the final fence. Rockbrook on the rail, tackled on the near side by Cappuccino, and they'll fight it out. At the last, Rockbrook the inside. Stand side is Cappuccino. Butterfingers back in third. On the inside, it's Rockbrook with the advantage, and Rockbrook will win for Philip Rothwell and Shane O'Callaghan. Second, Cappuccino. Staying on for third, Blue Hop, and fourth, Butterfingers.
A bit of incident on the way around. Hopefully Michael Keneally in particular is okay. He seems to get a fair old buffeting about when he came down from John Ryan's mare over on the far side, Eye of a Tiger. But it's gone the way of Rockbrook. There is Michael. Thankfully he's up on his feet, albeit walking wounded, I'd say. And Owen Staples, who was on board Cowper Hall, who got taken out in that incident as well, looks none the worse. Here we are in between the final two, Ruby, and Rockbrook facing a stern challenge from Cappuccino, who was well towards the rear early, but eventually worked his way into it. Gutsy effort, though, from Rockbrook.
Very good effort from Rockbrook. Gary, I didn't think he had a chance on the ratings, but he put his experience and his jumping to good use. Shane O'Callaghan was good and brave on him. Jumped like an absolute buck for him, and when he needed him, threw out and again at the last. Rockbrook answered the calls for him. Blue Hop had jumped very stickily early and got well back in the race. So too did Cappuccino. And look, they came to the fore because they'd gone a good gallop. But Shane O'Callaghan kept a bit down the hill, quick and well to the second last, and Rockbrook got a good jump. And when he needed one at the last end, Rockbrook answered again. Good performance. Philip Rothwell's horses continue in good form, but this fella just put his professionalism to really good form this afternoon and has delivered.
Yes, and he's not the first previous winner here at Tramore to strike today. Showing a liking for this track. It often is a bit of a specialist playground. Tramore Racecourse, and Rockbrook won here at this fixture over hurdles last year, I think, or one of the early January fixtures over hurdles. So he's unbeaten now in 2 starts. Won a hurdle, won a chase. 17-2 he returns. Shane O'Callaghan on board in the colours of the GVD Syndicate. Rockbrook then winner of this penultimate event of the day.
Runners in the parade ring ahead of our penultimate race, the Grimes Estate Agents Beginners Chase over the extended 2-5. First we're going to look at Willie Mullins bidding for a treble on the afternoon. and 6 Cad de Tate. Sets a very good standard on his most recent start. Farmers been well advertised. St Stephen's Day. Cato Star and Box are in Kempton by Kitspool.
Were you going to say Boxing Day?
No, we're Irish.
We're Irish. Obviously, Kevin, look, this is the horse who won over hurls. It was like a winner's hurl or conditions hurl at Punchestown Festival last season, and absolutely galloped through hurl after hurl after hurl. And I was probably one of those who said I couldn't wait to see him over a fence, because I thought he'd have a bit more respect for fences than what he did over hurls. And I do think that he had more respect for the larger obstacles at Punchestown the last day. Thought he ran a cracker. First time over fences, returning from a break. He pushed Kitsbull all the way to the line, albeit he made a couple of novice errors. I thought he jumped fences much better than what he jumped hurls, and I think off the back of that, he is stepping up in trip today, so he's got to show that he's capable of over this distance. But I liked what I seen of him at Punchestown.
We spoke about the winner. The third has come out and franked the form as well.
Yes, the enabler.
Yeah,
so the form lines are working out extremely well. And on that performance, I think he's the right favourite at the top of the market.
Gordon Elliott well represented as well. He's 2 runners in, 7 is the outsider. Lucky Lyra the other days for him. But 9 with the red hood is Wingman. Official rating of 141 after 2 runs over fences. I must admit, I was very disappointed with him at Navan on his most recent start. And as Jack Kennedy said after his first winner today, when I spoke to him about this horse, he said he never travelled. He never was happy with him and he stretched it away.
No, and I do think he's better than that. I do think that this horse has the benefit of showing that he's effective over this trip in the past. So I think that's going to be a positive for him. I think, obviously, with the experience that he has, I think he's a good, rock-solid jumper. And there's every chance that Jack Kennedy could jump out and go forward and make use of the experience that he has and the fact that he stays this trip as well. But I have to say I was disappointed with his finishing effort in Navan the last day.
I think is it fair to say he hasn't lived up to his initial reputation, his early reputation?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's not going to disagree by any means. I think the fact that, look, he's been placed at top grade 1 novices last season, obviously he was no match for Final Demand on his chasing debut, but he was no match for Final Demand in a grade 1 novice at Leopardstown, and he was third behind the Yellow Clay in Naas, in the Lawlers of Naas last year. So to me, albeit they're closely matched on hurl ratings, there's only £3 between the top 2 on previous ratings. I think he's probably achieved more than what Cade Doughty has over hurl so far.
I do think the better ground
for
would
Wingman?
suit Wingman.
I don't disagree by any means. Just obviously there's no hiding the fact that I think everyone was disappointed with the way he ran in Navan the last day, but I do think he's better than it.
Okay, let's pan back, Fran, and have a look at the other horses behind him, right at the top of the parade ring. Is another stable companion of Cade Doughty, which is Fishery Lane. He was well beaten. He fell in his most recent start, but his last few starts he's failed to complete, both over hurdles and over fences.
Yeah, by no means one of the leading lights at the Clough Sutton stable. He won a maiden hurl here January of last year. Official rating 123 over hurls. He fell 4 out on what was his second start over fences. So he's got to do better today.
5 then is another one of his stable companions, Joystick. He finished in front of Beckett Rock, who again reopposed in chasing debut. That was back here in November, and that's followed then by Pádraig Roach's runner, So They Tell Me, who's then followed by 3 Dr. Eggman, rated 133 over hurdles, and was well beat on chasing debut here.
He was keen early, he jumped okay, but he never got involved, and he needs to show better today. Ricky Doyle takes the mount for the Willie Mullins team, but he is a big scopy looking type, Kevin, who you'd think should be capable of possibly doing better over fences than what he did over hurls, but he's to show that he's to do better than what he did on his latest start.
And Beckett Rock then, he's having his third start over fence. He's held on the Fairyhouse run with Joystick, who again reopposed the dual winner, Henry de Bromhead. Had a good day so far, doubled down in his local track at Tramore, including the O'Driscoll Irish Whiskey feature chase. Runners on the way to the start ahead Our penultimate race of the afternoon, the Grimus Estate Agents Beginner's Chase. Yes, we are going to have a delay ahead of our penultimate race of the evening. We don't know what happened, actually, because we didn't see it until he was loose. Dr. Eggman, when he went out onto the track, actually, sorry, whatever he done, he's got rid of Ricky Dial, and there he is now. He's, going to win the race to be the first down at the start as he passes Wingman there, but hopefully he won't go too far past the start.
Hopefully he'll start to pull up a little bit, maybe, and when he gets down to the start, because we don't need him to exert himself too much. Hopefully Ricky Doyle will be able to renew the partnership soon enough, as I think he's just got a lift down to the start in one of the Jeeps. Yeah, I'm not sure. Neither of us seen what happened, Kevin. So he was a little bit on his toes leaving the parade ring, but hopefully they can renew the partnership pretty soon.
Yes, he hasn't upset his stable companion anyway, and are 5-4 on favourite. Kiddatay steps up and trip for the first time. The 2-6 trip for the first time. Cracking run, as we alluded to already, about his run behind Kitspool on a season reappearance. First start over fences. That was over 2.25 miles. Steps up to just shy of 2-6 today, Lisa.
Yeah, look, he has to prove himself, but it could bring out more improvement from him. Obviously, the form has really been franked by Kitsbull, and obviously, as you mentioned, Kevin, the enabler as well. So he's the right favourite at the top of the market. I was impressed with how he jumped at Punchestown, considering how he jumped at Hurl. I think he's an awful lot more respect for his fences, but that was day one over fences. He's got to go and show that he still remains with the respect, because you can't take that for granted around here at Fairyhouse when they're big fences to be jumped around here. So Mark Walsh takes the ride. Obviously Simon Thorns was on board the last day. Mark Walsh back on board. He was on board Punchestown when he demolished a few hurls on the way around back into the winner's enclosure for what was a conditions hurl.
Yes, because he was a horse who you were surprised how well he jumped, if that makes sense, in chasing debut, because you had that in the back of your mind, how poorly he jumped.
Yeah.
He just obviously had no respect for the smaller obstacles.
I remember actually, Kevin, number
Has
3,
been
withdrawn, Dr. Eggman.
Not surprised, Dr. Eggman. He's obviously done a circuit of the track. He has been withdrawn. We don't know if he's caught yet, but hopefully he is, and it shouldn't be too much longer if he's caught, but as I say, we don't know.
No, I do remember Kevin actually being at Punchestown when he won over hurls, and I think I remember saying, plenty of people laughed at me when I did say it, but I said I can't wait to see what he'll be like over a fence, because he was either going to be very bad or much better, and he showed that he was much better over fences than what he was over the smaller obstacles, thankfully, and hopefully he can go and show that again today. Thankfully, we've Dr. Eggman has caught Ricky
Jenny
Doyle.
Lynch has just had a catch
Yeah,
there now.
fair play. I'm not sure if are they back at the gate to come back in? Possibly is that where
I think they are? I think that was right at the Ben Pass.
Yeah, I think so too. Hopefully they'll get him off the track and we can kick off with we're a couple of minutes gone past post time, but hopefully we won't be too much longer.
He's getting a bit worked up now down at the start, is Kid Datay. Wingman bitterly disappointing the last day. I do think the ground, though,
Yeah, every chance
the
back.
drying ground is a positive for Wing.
Yeah, back on better ground might bring out a better improvement than what we've seen of him at Nav in the last day. And obviously stepping up in trip might be of an advantage to him as well.
He's settling a lot better
Yeah,
now, isn't he?
and Jack Kennedy's lining up good and forward with him. He'll make use of the fact that he stays and the fact that he's got the experience. But Joystick, I actually thought he jumped quite well and looked to get tired the last day at Fairyhouse here over 2.5. He's obviously stepping up slightly in trip, maybe just lacked the pace to pick up the last day, but I suppose on comparison to the top two in the market, he's a bit to find on previous ratings of what he's achieved so far.
Okay, we're gone nearly 4 minutes over post time, and hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer.
You're Kate Doughty?
I am. I'm just not. I just saw disappointed with Wingman the last day. I do think the step up or nicer ground will help him, but I'm just not Wingman's biggest fan. With the greatest of respect, he's just a bit inconsistent for me.
That's a fair point. Flags are up, and yeah, away we go.
Without 3 Dr. Eggman, that one having got loose en route to the start. Today's 6th is the Grimes Estate Agents Beginner's Chase over 2 3/4 miles. Kate Doughty on the outside of Wingman. They approach the first fence together, followed by Joystick. With a gap of 3 lengths to Beckett Rock, Lucky Ladding on the outside of Fishery Lane. And so they tell me, fence before the straight number 2. As they jump it, Wingman, red cap on the inside of Kate Doughty, followed by the grey Joystick, then Beckett Rock. Second grey is Fishery Lane, is 2 behind Lucky Ladding, and so they tell me in the start camp. Turning in for fence numbers 3 and 4, little between Wingman and Kate Doughty, followed by Joystick. Beckett Rock next. At the third fence, nothing between Wingman and Kate Doughty. After Kate Doughty is his stable companion Joystick, followed by Beckett Rock, Fishery Lane, Lucky Ladding, and so they tell me. The next fence will be the 4th, and the last fence on the circuit coming up. Wingman, Jack Kennedy from Kate Doughty and Mark Walsh. Joystick over in 3rd. The mount of Brian Hayes. Semblance of mistaken 4th by Beckett Rock and Michael Connor. On the inside is Fishery Lane and Daniel King with the last 2 circuit to go. So they tell me Aidan Kelly and Lucky Larry and Carl Miller. Another 9 fences left to jump as they make the bend towards the side of the track. Wingman and Kate Doughty separated by a head to a neck. 2.5 in front of Joystick in 3rd. At least 5 lengths to Fishery Lane, who edges into 4th place ahead of Beckett Rock, and then so they tell me and Lucky Larry. In the first of 4 past the stands. This is the 5th. Wingman and Kate Doughty. In 3rd place is Joystick, no changes in the first 3. As Fishery Lane contests the 4th with Beckett Rock as they jump the ditch. Beckett Rock out in front of Lucky Ladding, so they tell me. On to the 3rd of the 4. Kate Doughty just approached it first from Wingman. Beckett Rock a mistake there in 5th. As they continue on rising ground to this fence, bringing them past the halfway stage. And Kate Doughty shifts on from Wingman. Joystick in 3rd. Then Fishery Lane, Beckett Rock, Lucky Larry, and starting to struggle now, as so they tell me, as the field gets spaced out with 10 furlongs to go. Again, missing out the 2 fences on the far side due to the sun factor. Kate Doughty and Mark Walsh extend their lead to over 3 lengths from Wingman and Jack Kennedy. Closed upon by Joystick and Brian Hayes in 3rd. 5 to 6 lengths to Fishery Lane in 4th. Continuing on inside the final mile with another 5 fences to jump, the Grimes Estate Agents Beginner's Chase. It's Kate Doughty by 2.5 lengths to Wingman in 2nd. A break of 3 to Joystick in 3rd. Fishery Lane in 4th. gone away from the other three, Beckett Rock, Lucky Larry, and So They Tell Me. Approaching the fifth last fence, a little over 6 furlongs from the finish, it is Kate Doughty by 1 over 3 lengths to Wingman, and still in touch in third is Joystick. At the fifth last fence, Kate Doughty into it and over from Wingman. Fiddling his way over in third was Joystick at the completion of the circuit. 4 more fences to jump. Kate Doughty, Wingman, and Joystick still the leading 3 as they've been from Flag Fall. Out in front of Fishery Lane, Beckett Rock, Lucky Larry, tailing off So They Tell Me. At 4 fences from the finish, Kate Doughty. Followed by Wingman, now shaken up in second, Joystick in third. On to the fence before the straight. This is 3 from the end. Kate Doughty jumped it well. Wingman second, Joystick in third. In fourth place is Fishery Lane, and then Beckett Rock and Lucky Larry. Running round the home turn with 2 more fences left to jump, Kate Doughty is almost rejoined again by Wingman on the inside. They're matched in, gone clear from Fishery Lane, who's overtaking Joystick for that third spot. At the second last, a mistake by Kate Doughty and hands the advantage back to Wingman. Wingman on the far side of Kate Doughty. They have the finish to themselves, a long way clear of Fishery Lane being pulled up, So They Tell Me, on the run to the final fence. The Grimes Estate Agents beginner's chase. Both flat out, Kate Doughty's regained the lead from Wingman. At the final fence, it's Kate Doughty over from Wingman in second. And on the run into the closing stages, it's going to be a quick follow-up for Mark Walsh, J.B. McManus. And a 30 at Fairyhouse today for Willie Mullins. Kate Doughty pulled away in the end to score by 6 to 7 lengths from Wingman, with third going to Fishery Lane.
Really good performance by Kate Doughty. Gets off the mark. Second time of asking over fences. And I think on the whole, he's jumping really, really well, to be fair. He's a long stride, this individual, and he relished to step up and trip for the first time.
Yeah, he's a really big horse, and you can see the length of his stride and the ground that he covers as well. He made a mistake at the second last, Kevin, and down to the last, he was probably low enough, and maybe he was starting to run on a little bit empty at this stage. But when Mark Walsh flicked his stick around, he didn't even have to keep him up to his work too much, because I think Wingman was starting to weaken at this stage, and he's actually seen it out really well. The front 2 have pulled well clear of the third horse in the end, who is Fishery Lane, but a small mistake 2 out was probably, for me, the only mistake that he made most of the way around. His jumping all in all is pretty solid for me. Mark Walsh jumped off to go forward. Wingman was never too far away from him, but Mark Walsh allowed him to stride forward down the back, past the bypassed fences and down past Ballyhack as well. And it looked, turning for home, as if Wingman was going to lay down a challenge, Kevin, but from the back of the last, it was all about Kate Doughty.
Short-lived that was, and Mark Walsh, he just filled up. Kate Doughty got a blow into him, and as I say, he's a couple of backhanders into him, and I love the way he's kept lengthening down over the last.
Yeah, he's progressive, isn't he? You can't help but I think he's really found his niche over fences. I do think he just lacked respect for his hurls, and I think over fences it's really made a man of him altogether, and he's a horse I think that can continue to progress as the season unfolds. I'm sure Connections will possibly eye up a step up in grade now for him, and see where he ends up. But from the 2.5 mile to the trip today of the 2 mile extended 2 mile 5, I think they'll have plenty of options for him.
Very much so. Frank Berry, David Casey just walking in to get the debrief from Mark Walsh. Treble on the card so far for Willie Mullins, big player in the bumper as well. And Mark Walsh quickfire double at the Landinger feature event on Dino Blue. Kate Doughty returns with 5 to 6 favourite, gets off the mark. A second time of asking over fences. Has an official rating of 139, and he's beaten Wingman fair and square today. I don't know what to make of Wingman.
Yeah, he's disappointed me in his finishing effort there yet again today, Kevin. And
he ran quite similar today as he did in Navan.
Yeah, he did. It's probably back to the drawing board for him now. Look, he has bumped into a couple of decent types in his beginners so far, but I thought he was well capable of winning last time, and I thought this was potentially a race that he was capable of winning. But I just feel from between, I suppose, before the last to the line, I didn't think he finished his race out that well.
He didn't, did he not?
No, he just weakened, but disappointing from him.
Yeah, two of them are rated identical over hurdles, 139 apiece. Kedate has won in quite impressive fashion to bring a treble up in the card so far. One race to go for Willie Mullins here this afternoon. Double for owner JP McManus and a double for the winning jockey Mark Walsh. His stable companion Fishery Lane has finished back in third.
There they go, then making their way down to the start for the last here at Tramore on what's been a really well attended day of racing. Good day for Henry de Bromhead and Dara O'Keefe. Henry not represented in our finale here, but Dara is involved. He's going to be riding a Gubberga Crew for John Flavin, a horse he won on over hurdles at Gorham Park 2 starts back, and who made a good start over fences at Clonmel when Ford took Bridie's Bow in what was a competitive enough race. Runs off the same mark today, one would imagine is likely to be very much in the thick of things if he's in the same form today. There he is, just making his way down in company with a couple of the others. Volley-Vu, who has won twice from 14 starts, number 8 there, and the other one is Cullen Wayne. Shane O'Callaghan looking for a quick double on this ex-Philip Rothwell inmate. Philip Rothwell, who won our previous race with Rockbrook. And he himself, of course, has the favourite here, Duffy's Hody. 13-8 about Duffy's Hody. Not sure what to make about the headgear situation with him, really. They seem to just decide almost run to run whether they're going to use it or not. It seemed to do no harm in Limerick the other day, but it's off today. Maybe you won't need it, who knows?
I don't know, Gary, what the exact thinking is behind that, but as you say, he's gone up a couple of pounds for that win in Limerick on the last day of the Christmas festival down there.
He got 12, and I'd say the fact that he's got a higher hurdle mark probably played into that as well.
Yeah, probably did. Also, Tiernan Power Roach takes over from Shane O'Callaghan, so there's another £2 factored into today's penalty, which is only 7, but it's 9 when you factor in the difference in the claimers' allowances as well, Gary. But he's on the drift a bit, 15-8. He was shorter than that, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. He was 13-8 not long ago. And a good crew and likeable chancer, who's now got Owen Staples on board. Certainly got their supporters against him here. 2-1 now about our favourite. And Tour Moon, of course, the other one is fancied towards the top of the market here at 5-1, for all that he's been a long time trying to get his head in front, together with Fox LaBelle on the right of shot there. Between them, they've run 63 times without managing to win a race.
And Fox LaBelle looked like he was planting himself there, Gary, and he refused to race here on his last start, which is over 2 miles and 5 furlongs. 2-7 today.
This is what's happening at Tramore at the moment. Duffy's Hody, the 2-1 favourite for this Tom Carroll Memorial. Agobaga Crua is 7-2, 4-1 Likeable Chancer. Tour Moon is 9-2, 10-1 Nolan's Rocco. Castle Cruel 18 with Fox LaBelle. Game and Glory 25-1. Pick of the rest. And Peter O'Hare is going to call them as they come into line. White flag raised.
And away they go. In the finale, the Tom Carroll Memorial Handicap Chase. Short of 2 miles 7 the trip as they come to jump the first of 17 fences. Tour Moon is prominent over towards the inside. Malheur Appeal. Also close is Egoburger Crua. On the outside, the blue and green of Game and Glory improves. Coming on to jump fence number 2, the fence in front of the stands. They'll jump it 4 times. And coming up to past the judge, Game and Glory, sent on now by Dylan Robinson, goes on a few lengths in front of Malheur Appeal in second. Third spot as they go into the turn, Tour Moon. Egoburger Crua is next. Then the quarters of Volley-Vu around the inside of Likeable Chancer. Behind them is College Causeway. Between horses is Nolan's Rocco as they stream out over fence number 3 on the uphill run. And onto the ditch for the first time. Out in front, building up a clear advantage, is Game and Glory. Jumps it with a lead of 6 or 7 lengths over Tour Moon up on the outside. The green and white colours on the inner, Malheur Appeal. And they're followed around the top turn by the top weight, Egoburger Crua. Inside that one is Volley-Vu, who landed 4th. They're followed downhill by College Causeway. And behind College Causeway at this stage, the red and green colours of Nolan's Rocco. To the outside of that pair as they continue on the downhill run, Likeable Chancer. Just in behind in the red and black is Arda's Choice. Arda's Choice is followed downhill by Cullen Wayne as they head to the elbow. Game and Glory out in front. Tour Moon in definite second with Malheur Appeal to the inside. Egoburger Crua and Volley-Vu are in 4th and 5th spots, and they're followed by Likeable Chancer. Alongside is Nolan's Rocco. To their inner is College Causeway. Then Cullen Wayne to the outside of Arda's Choice. With them in the quarters is Castle Creole as they jump the first of the 2 fences that'll bring them up in front of the stands. At the back of the field at this stage is Wild as Fire, preceded by the favourite Duffy's Hody and Fox LaBelle. So they stream out over the fence in front of the stands for the second time. 2 circuits ahead of them. Game and Glory still dictating things. from in second place, about 4 lengths off Tour Moon. Around the inside is Malheur Appeal. The outer, Egoburger Crua, just behind them, Volley-Vous. Likeable Chancer next. Around the inner, in the white and red, College Causeway. And with them, as they go to jump this fence, is Nolan's Rocco. As they stream out over that one, where there was a slight mistake towards the back by Castle Creole. Going to the ditch. Getting in a bit close, fiddling it, but clear. Game and Glory. Tour Moon remains second, followed around the top turn by Malheur Appeal, bumped along for a few strides on the inside, just third, with the Egoburger Crua, Volley-Vous, the break then of 2.5 lengths, and Malheur Appeal is down there. Malheur Appeal a casualty at the fence opposite the stands as they run downhill. Quickly on his feet, Paddy Cody. A good run before they reached the first of the 2 fences in the straight. About a circuit and a half ahead of them. Game and Glory leads, Tour Moon, Egoburger Crua, Volley-Vous and Likeable Chancer close in behind. Followed at this stage by Nolan's Rocco, and then Cullen Wayne. Behind them is Artist's Choice. Duffy's Hody beginning to make a little headway into mid-division. Fox LaBelle, and then Castle Creole. Towards the inside, dropping back is College Causeway, and a break of a few lengths to Wildest Fire at the back of the field. Leaders bunching up as they head across to the first of the 2 fences in the straight. Still over a circuit to complete. Game and Glory to the left. Tour Moon in the white and green colours. Egoburger Crua to the outside. Widest of all in the headgear is Likeable Chancer. Tracking them on the rail is Volley-Vous as they come to jump the fence that after another circuit will be their last. Game and Glory. Tour Moon is a close second, up to dispute the lead now. They're tracked by Likeable Chancer in the centre of the course. Volley-Vous on the rail. Egoburger Crua getting reminders between them. Just behind them, Nolan's Rocco. Cullen Wayne gets closer. Castle Creole has made some headway. Duffy's Hody is tracking them ahead of Cullen Wayne to the outside. Artist's Choice, the inner. Fox LaBelle is next. 5 fences from home. Game and Glory led. Tour Moon. Egoburger Crua towards the outside. Volley-Vous is just behind them. As they go to the ditch for the final time, Tour Moon up on the outside is showing just in front. And gone there, Game and Glory. Game and Glory came down, leaving new leaders. Egoburger Crua on the outside, sharing it with Volley-Vous. Tour Moon, Likeable Chancer, Duffy's Hody continues to improve behind them. Also tracking them is Nolan's Rocco, close up in 6th. The break of a few lengths to Cullen Whale and then Fox LaBelle. And behind them is Castle Creole. Continuing downhill with about half a mile to race and vying for the lead, Egoburger Crua edges on. Up on the outside, making good headway, is Nolan's Rocco. Duffy's Hody improves between them. Likeable Chancer scrubbed along. Beginning to feel the pinch is Volley-Vous as Cullen Wayne makes some headway around the outside. As they head to the elbow, with 2 fences to jump, Egoburger Crua in the lead, chased in second by Nolan's Rocco. Duffy's Hody stumbled briefly there, is poised in 3rd position, and then Cullen Wayne and Likeable Chancer as they head on towards the second last. On the rail, Egoburger Crua leads from Duffy's Hody up on the outside. Between them is Nolan's Rocco as they head for the final fence. Egoburger Crua is still out in front. Egoburger Crua chased by Duffy's Hody in second as they jump the last. Egoburger Crua leads. Duffy's Hody staying on the stand side as they go to the line. Egoburger Crua on the rail. Egoburger Crua will win the last under Dara O'Keefe from Duffy's Hody second. 3rd spot for Likeable Chancer, followed in by Nolan's Rocco in 4th.
Well, do you get the impression that might have been a popular result with the crowd here at Tramore today? It's a local winner in the last, and it's that man Dara O'Keefe again. Egoburger Crua at a 7-2 shot has held off the favourite Duffy's Hody, possibly unlucky favourite Duffy's Hody in second, because Duffy's Hody, just as we joined him there, Ruby, took a bad stumble as they went through their starting point for the final time, and from that point on, always just on the back foot. In fairness to him, he didn't throw in the towel after he almost got to Egoburger Crua, but was just being held from the last.
He did, yeah, and even when he landed over the second last, he ran into the back of Nolan's Rocco as well, Gary, which stalled his momentum again, and Egoburger Crua got a brilliant jump at the last from Dara O'Keefe, revs up, and I just think that was the difference, Gary. No stall in momentum from the bottom of the hill, which runner-up was stalled twice, and it's a 3rd on the card for Dara O'Keefe, who's having an incredible season.
day. He was sent off favoured under Josh Williamson. Harry Swan takes over the reins today, and he could very well step forward from that back on drier ground, which should be a positive because he won his point-to-point in Liscarroll on what was yielding ground by band. He's quite a sharp horse at home. You can see there by him. He's actually got, I think he's just got a plain ring snaffle on him today.
Okay, I must admit, not much I know about the stallion. Band. Gordon Elliott won 2 of the last 3 runnings of this Bumper Stellar Story back in 2023. Staffordshire Not then in 24. And a good deal, of course. We saw jumping violently out to his left early on. Won this race with Paddy McGee last year, making all. There is our favourite, even money favourite, Willie Mullins, bidding for a 4-timer on the day. And Grey Dawning makes his seasonal debut. That was a cracking run. Runner up to third time Slippy of Robert Tyners, who then went on and finished second in his season reappearance on his first start over hurdles behind Talk the Talk of Joseph O'Brien's, who for me would have won the Grade 1 Future Champions Novice last week for Sam Ewing and Joseph O'Brien and Simon Munir and Isaac Swade.
Yeah, his form lines are working out extremely well. He's a leggy type. He's very athletic looking. I think there's not much of him, Kevin, from the back of the saddle, to be honest, even though he's got plenty of height about him. You can see he carries his head up quite high as well. Patrick Mullins takes the ride. Obviously, Tom Costello was on board when he ran well here at Fairyhouse back in April time. For me, I think inexperience beat him on the day. He was a little bit raw when he hit the front, ran around a little bit, and I thought maybe the penny was starting to drop again late on with him after a couple of horses passed him, but he's the right favourite because he holds the best form in the race. 7 Towers is an interesting one for the Gavin Cromwell team. He comes here off the back of 2 placed efforts in point-to-points, makes his stable debut for the Gavin Cromwell team, and he seems to have come in for a bit of market support as well.
He's well supported. Decky Lavery on board as well, was placed in both his point starts. Son of Walk in the Park and trained by Gerald Quinn. There's the last joined the remainder of the team. Our runners is Some Sea Stars. Just Arthur Moore was just putting on the cross, fixing the cross noseband. That was the delay for Some Sea Stars, arriving down at the start late of all. I thought ran plenty of promise when finishing 8th on debut, on his most recent start, first run of the season back in Naas. And Holly Ross, Arthur Moore's granddaughter, who had her first ride that day in public, is back on board here again this afternoon. Of course, she's daughter of Kevin and Anna Ross, 2 hugely successful bloodstock agents and a very good event rider in her own right, young Holly Ross.
Where they race the ITM Stallion Trail, January 16th and 17th Pro-Am bumpers over 2 miles. The early leader is With No Limit from 7 Towers. 3rd is Early Dawning. And 4th place is Home by the Sea. 5th of the 5. On settling down is Some Sea Stars. The leader with the circuit of race is With No Limit and Harry Swan. And 2nd is 7 Towers, Declan Lavery. 3rd, Early Dawning and Patrick Mullins. Is Ted Keane going. And then Home by the Sea, Finney Maguire. The back marker is Some Sea Stars and Holly Ross. We'll settle down now. The leader by a widening 3 lengths is With No Limit. 2nd place is 7 Towers. 3rd is Early Dawning. With a good break then to Home by the Sea. And last of all is Some Sea Stars. On rising ground, along the side of the track. No changes from 1 to 5, With No Limit, tracked by 7 Towers, Early Dawning, Home by the Sea, and Some Sea Stars. Well inside their final 1 and 4 miles as they continue uphill towards the top of the track. With No Limit, followed by 7 Towers, Early Dawning, in the hoop colours in 3rd, with the final couple, Home by the Sea and Some Sea Stars. Right up at Ballyhack, 10 furlongs to go from here. with no limit by under 2 lengths to 7 Towers. Third is Early Dawning, and then Home by the Sea. And continuing the back marker, just outside the halfway stage, is Some Sea Stars. Once more, the spaced out, with no limit, passes the halfway stage in a lead of 2.5 lengths. Second, still held by 7 Towers. Early Dawning remains in third, and then Home by the Sea and Some Sea Stars. Still not a single change in the order of running. Less than 7 furlongs to go. The ITM Stallion Trail, January 16th and 17th Pro-Am Bumper. With no limit and Harry Swan in front from the start. They lead by less than 2 lengths to 7 Towers and Declan Lavery. Third is Early Dawning, Patrick Mullins, and then Home by the Sea, Finney Maguire, Some Sea Stars and Holly Ross. On inside the final 3/4 of a mile. With no limit. Still puts in a good shift. Has led them thus far from 7 Towers as Early Dawning is joined for third by an improving Some Sea Stars and relegated to be last of the quintet is Home by the Sea. Inside the final 5 furlongs, working back for the home straight, with no limit. By a little more than a length to 7 Towers, edging into third is Some Sea Stars from Early Dawning, with 2.5 lengths back to Home by the Sea. Coming round the home turn with no limit, with through on the inside Some Sea Stars. It's a rapid improver, Some Sea Stars. Joins 7 Towers for the second, followed by Early Dawning, who's nudged after them in fourth, and Home by the Sea, although the back marker very much in touch as they level off for the judge. They're back at the point at which they started, with no limit from 7 Towers. On the far side is Some Sea Stars, followed by Early Dawning, leaving behind Home by the Sea, less than 2 to go. 7 Towers coming there on the outside of With No Limit, and then Some Sea Stars. Reminders for Early Dawning as they race to the final furlong. With no limit, Some Sea Stars up the inner, and 7 Towers on the outer, followed by Early Dawning. But grinding it out is With No Limit, and Harry Swan is containing them. Another for Gordon Elliott. Some Sea Stars, good run in second. 7 Towers in third.
Yeah, it's a tactical affair, but it's been made all by With No Limit. Gives Gordon Elliott across the card 4-timer. Double here at Fairyhouse, and a double, of course, at Tramore as well. And this horse winning in the colours of Jigginstown. Started favourite, came with a big reputation. Disappointed, but that was very heavy ground. First day of asking. Connection subsequently went and bought the winner.
Yeah, obviously he stepped up markedly from what we've seen of him in Navan. I was slightly disappointed with him, with what I seen of him in Navan, but he's improved enormously from that run. He's jumped out, he's been ridden confidently by Harry Swan. You can see Harry getting lower and lower in the saddle here. Holly Ross on the inside coming with a run. Thought it was going to be a day for her, actually, in running in her for her grandfather in her grandmother's colours as well, but she's run a game race back in second place. The Gavin Cromwell horse, who came looming up, looking like he had loads left his weekend, back into third place. But this horse has been given a fine, confident ride by Harry Swan. He's jumped out, he's went from pillar to post, and he's never been caught.
Never been caught at all, and he's shown a good attitude, to be fair, because I thought Declan Lavery, the way he travelled, as you said as well, was going to go and pick him up. But when he's asked him for his effort, to be fair, he's only finished third in the end. How well he travelled through the race. They didn't go overly quick. Harry Swan got the fraction spot on in front, but I think he was probably just idling a little bit in front as well. Ideally, I'd say Harry would have liked the lead on this horse, but with no apparent pace in the race, they walked around. Harry done the right thing by making the running.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. He jumped out, he went forward, and he was never for passing, and he was good and strong on this horse, who was game all the way to the line, in fairness, Kevin. Maybe, as you said, maybe he did idle a little bit, but for me, when Harry asked him, he dug deep enough to fend off the runner-up, obviously, which was Some Sea Stars for the Artemur team. But a nice winner, and he justifies, obviously, the big market price that he was when he was bought after winning his point-to-point, and hopefully he can continue to progress like he has from his first run to his second run and step forward again.
Massive run by the second horse as well, Some Sea Stars, Holly Ross. We thought it was going to be our first winner on your second ride, and as I say, it won't be too long before she's in the winners' enclosure. Very polished performance by Holly Ross. Declan Lavery was back in third on the well-supported Seven Towers. Early Dawning was very, very keen all the way. Never spat it out at all. Never relaxed at any stage.
No, he's a high head carriage, and you could see Patrick had a good hold of him, but he was always seemed to be doing a little bit too much. He's quite tall and quite leggy. There's not much of him, Kevin, and for me, he probably done too much through the middle part of the race and lacked that bit of effort that was required for the finishing part. But back into the winners' enclosure, the Cullentra House team continue to roll on that bandwagon from Christmas to New Year's, and let's hope it continues.
Yes, indeed. It's been a really, really fantastic run of things for Team Cullentra. Gordon Elliott, I think, is, after his 4 winners today, he's now on 133 winners for the season. His entire haul last season in Ireland came in 148 winners, and Holly Ross,
she's getting a bigger reception than the winner.
Reception here. A lot of her friends here as well.
Yeah, and her cousins as well.
Yes.
I see Nina there with her 2 kids, and obviously her, I think, possibly Holly's sister, her mum, her uncle as well, and her granny and granddad. Obviously, it would have been a dream.
Her dad,
yeah, it would. What a dream it would have been. Arthur Moore had one of his finest days here when his niece rode the winner of the Irish Grand National, and it would have been a dream success if his granddaughter could ride a winner on her grandfather's horse. But I think we won't see that. We won't see that day too far away now.
Yes, won't be too far away. Is right. Very accomplished event rider as well is young Holly Ross as well. And good to see Harry Swan back in the winners' enclosure as well.
Yes, Harry has had a difficult time of things. He took a really hard fall in Wolverhampton on the flat, maybe two weeks before Christmas time, maybe a little bit longer before Christmas, and obviously had to sit out a little bit of time. He had a broken cheekbone and a few other facial injuries as well to go along with that. It was a nasty injury, and he had to miss a bit of time, and it's always difficult to sit out time on the sidelines during the middle of the season as things are progressing, but finds it great to see him back in the winners' enclosure here today.
Very much so. Good finish to our final race with No Limit. Who's up and across the card 4-timer for Gordon Elliott.